Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome to stop number 5 of the Alabama Bass Trail's North Division here on Wheeler Lake. And it goes down today for all the marbles. We're going to decide who our Angler of the Year champs are going to be. We're going to send 9 teams to that Bassmaster Team Championship, and 75 teams are going to go to our entry fee-free championship on Weiss Lake in October. Of course, all Alabama Bass Trail events presented by Phoenix Boats, and you are watching the Alabama Bass Trail live, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. And before we send these 225 anglers out on the Tennessee River, we're going to kick things off like we always do with the playing of our national anthem to honor this fine country. So please stand, remove your hats, and let's honor this great nation. We had 225 boats sign up at the first of the year, and it all comes down to this. Somebody's going to take home 10 grand, an automatic berth into that Weiss Lake Championship. We're going to give away money to the top 40 today. And are we ready to go, John Simpson?
Yeah, any identification, I've had a bunch of white boards come across.
225 boats, and what a lake to end things on. Wheeler's been fishing really good this year. I've got the okay that we can send them fishing. Here we go. Boat number 1, Nathan Harbison and Charlie Harbison. Good luck out there today. Of course, our weigh-in is going to start at 2:30 today, guys. Look forward to seeing what the Tennessee River kicks out. Boat number 2, Lee Hurley and Chris Myers. Boat number 3, Alan Barrett, Tyler Caldwell. Boat number 4, Corey McMullen and Chris Duckett. Boat number 5, Jay Kendrick and Chuck Hughes. Boat number 6, Ron Cameron and Stephen Wood. Boat number 7, Clay Ramol and Cliff Ramol. Boat 8, we've got Philip Harrell and Clint Gilbertson. Boat number 9, Jamie Chapman, Elliot Galt. Boat number 10, Laken O'Neill and John Kelly. Boat number 11, Grant Garner and Anthony Land. Boat number 12, Roy Morgan and Larry Freeman. Boat number 13, Craig Daniel and Jackie Flack. Good luck today, guys. Boat number 14, Jaron Ware and Shane Amerson. Going out in boat 15, second place in the Angler of the Year race, only 1 point out of the lead. The Calverts, Roman Calvert and Shannon Calvert. Boat number 16, Corey Alexander and Bobby Irvin. Boat number 17, David Banks and Bert Oliver. Boat 18, the Paytons, Harry Payton and Harry Payton II. Be safe out there, guys. Boat number 19 coming off of a top 5 at Pickwick Lake. And stop number 4, the Walkers, Lance Walker and Cole Walker. Boat number 20, Roland Liverett and George Liverett. Boat number 21, we've got Josh Chappell and Paul Davis. Always a threat to win. Boat number 22, we've got Kent Keys and David Campbell. Boat 23, we've got Adam Bain and Chris Colley. Boat 24, Lisa Johnson and Abby Andrade. In boat 25, Casey Walker and Zach Lemon. Boat 26, Andy Kilgore and Daniel Law. Boat 27, Mike Kirkendall and Adam Stuckey. Boat 28, we got Brandon Staggs and Rodney Long. Good luck today, boys. Boat 29, Terry Tucker and Jeremy Green. In boat 30, we have Tracy Robinson and Dustin Robinson. In boat 31, our third place AOY team just 3 points off the lead, and they've got a win here before. Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. Boat 32, we have Wesley McKellar and Brandon Arnett. Boat 33, we have Waylon Mullis and Jeff Fansler. Boat 34, Shannon Briggs and Barry Hubbard. Sound good. Boat 35, we have Alan McCoy and Tim McCoy. Never heard a motor do that. I don't know what that was.
Yeah.
Boat 36, we have Sam Moody and Ray Battles Jr. Boat 37, the Merritts, Dylan Merritt and Lindsey Merritt. Boat 38, Jake Gibson and Michael Gibson. Boat 39, the Wades, Cole Wade and Donnie Wade. Good luck today. In boat 40, we have Steve Jacques and Shane Tyree. Boat 41, Jacob Davis and Chris Wages. Boat 42, we have Bob Power and Ryan Trammell. Boat 43, Jamie Smith and Michael Raines. Going out, boat 44, 9th in Angler of the Year, only 44 points out of that lead. Greg Tomlin and Jeremy Tomlin. Of course, these guys are trying to stay in that top 9 in AOY to get to that Bassmaster Team Championship. You have a shot at the Bassmaster Classic. Good luck today, guys. Boat 45, Britt Perry and Chris Hargrove. In boat 46, we have James DeMoss and Mr. Wheeler Lake himself, Nathan Brewer. He will not go fast today in that bullet, I guarantee it. Will not happen. 47, we have Paul Bork, Travis Hedden. Boat 48, Gary Sudduth and Doug Young. Boat 49, Eugene Hall and Patrick Hall. Boat 50, we have Chuck Stevens and Dale Stevens. Boat 51, we've got Derek Rimmets riding solo without Brent Crow today. Boat 52, Mike Young and Ryan Lee. Boat 53, the Coopers, Evan and Mason Cooper. Boat 54, Barry Vest and Dustin McDaniel. Boat 55, Ethan Franklin and Hunter McCarty. Good luck today, guys. Boat 56, Chris Swindle and Paul Ernest. Boat 57, we have Ben Lakey and Jordan McGehee. In boat 58, Jamie Starnes and Ricky Fowler. Boat 59, Colton Blake and Greg Blake. In boat 60, Travis Smith and Daryl Lester. Boat 61, those Anaya boys, Fisher and Ryan Anaya. One of them has no hair, the other has all the hair. Good luck today, guys. I'm just jealous. I can't grow hair like Fisher and I. Boat 62, Billy Terrell and Justin Anglin. Boat 63, Michael Hood and Randy Wiggins. Boat 64, we've got Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. Some more of that best hair on the Alabama Bass Trail right there. Former champs. Boat 65, Shane Mears and James Mears going out 7th in the AOY race, 34 points back. Good luck today, guys. Boat 66, we have Robert E. Rett and Mike Russell. Boat 67, Clifton Bates and Daniel Heidegger. Boat 68, the Herds, Danny Hurd and Fisher Hurd. Boat 69, Jonathan Skinner and Timothy Keith. Boat 70, Jake Robertson and Caleb Swain. Boat 71, Walker Brown and Sloan Pennington. Good luck today, guys. Boat 72, Scott Castleberry and Aiden Castleberry. Boat 73, we have Charlie Craycraft, Ben Miller. Boat 74, Greg Jones and Jeremiah Sparks. Boat 75, a man that's always dangerous on Wheeler Lake, Jimbo Barnett, Scott Russell. Boat 76, Lee Bolt, Tony Blackwell. Boat 77, Andy Chappell and Mason Chappell. In boat 78, we have Joey Walters and Buddy McKinnon. Good luck today, guys. In boat 79, we've got Team LOB, Trey Swindle and Daniel Smith. Try not to get DQ'd. It's the goal of the day, catching fish is second. Boat 80, Casey Vaughn and Peyton Ross. Boat 81, we've got Randy Hobbs and Zachary Ryan Jones. Boat 82, Charles Murphy and Tim Burns. In boat 83, we got the Hall boys, Chad Hall and Ryan Hall. Good luck today, fellas. Boat 84, Brian Dowdy, Kyle Llewellyn. Boat 85, the Phoenix Boats crew, Tim Chalkenbot, Brian Travis. Good luck, boys. Boat 86, Brian Shook, Thomas Shelton. Boat 87, we've got Gary Thacker, Carter Woodall. Good luck today. Boat 88, James Meyer and Mark Waits. Boat 89, we have Preston Henson and Adam Lynn. Going out boat 90, a Tennessee River legend, Roger Stegall, John Swartz. Good luck today. Boat 91, Jeff Higginbotham and Eddie Higginbotham. Boat 92, the Rollins, Greg Rollins and Troy Rollins. Boat 93 sitting in 8th place in that Angler of the Year race, 38 points off the lead. Brian Johnston, Brendan Gross. Boat 94, Eric Morris, Randy Talbert. Good luck today, guys. Boat 95, John Brown and Trey Sorrells. Boat 96, Chris Britton, Eric Springer. Boat 97, Delano Green and Delano Green Jr. Good luck today, guys. Boat 98, Craig Childers and Nikki Taylor. Boat 99, Ryan Godsey, Tanner Godsey. See them. Boat 100, Jason Holloway and Jeremy Barnett. Good luck today, guys. Boat 101, we have Michael Briggs, Cody Kodra. Boat 102, Briar Chambers and Tyler Pendergrass. Boat 103, Alan Gilliland, Leslie Jones. If I butcher any of these names, you can take it up with Robbie Floyd at the end of the day. Boat 104, Jonathan Weathers and Tim Partridge. Boat 105, Brandon Blackwood and Clint Blackwood. Boat 106, Eddie Jewell, Shane Jewell. Boat 107, we have Jason Wisenat. Good luck today, Jason. Boat 108, Jerry Hartline and Robbie Vaughn. 109, we have Chase Rampy, Jarrett Floyd. Boat 110, Bob Croxton and Mark Compton. Boat 111, Nathaniel Bates and Mitch Rollins. Boat 112, Adam Cochran, Rockford Robinson. Boat 113, the Mayfields, Joel and Tally Mayfield. Good luck today. Boat 114, Lanny Guthrie, Chuck Hinton. Boat 115, Brett Harrell and Tyler Smart. Boat 116, Drew Hicks and Wesley Webster. Boat 117, Don Hill and Jeff Langston. Boat 118, Herbert Dodd and Mike Duke. Boat 119, Scott Keeling, Colby Clark. Boat 120, definitely trying to get over there to Weiss Lake to that championship, Lee Pitts, Steve Engel. Good luck today, guys. And 121, the Dukes boys, Philip and Bailey Dukes. 122, Keith Hester and Scotty Butler. 123, we've got the Smith, Steve Smith and Ryan Smith. Boat 124, Tony Keefe and Brian Gregory. Boat 125 going out in 4th place in the Angler of the Year race, the Woolies, Michael and Joe Woolley, only 8 points back from that Angler of the Year, and a lot of Tennessee River knowledge in that boat. Good luck today, guys. Boat 126, Jeff Seabolt, David Seabolt. Boat 127, Delton Gregory and Dexton Gregory. Good luck, guys. Boat 128, Chris Blackwood and Larry Melvin. Boat 129, John Bryan and Mason Bryan. Boat 130, Harold Wells and Harold Wells III. Good luck today. Boat 131, Tom Taylor and Russ Reynolds. Boat 132, winners of the Neely Henry event, Benji Seaborn and Jonathan Seaborn. Boat 133, Sam Long and Jason Atkins. Boat 134, Certified Tennessee River Hammers, Tony Beck, Donnie Beck, and Tony Harvey. You deserve it. You deserve it, Donnie, for taking so much of my money over the years. Good luck today. Boat 135, Bill Mayo, Walt Roberts. They can catch a couple too. Good luck, boys. Boat 136, Riley Johnson, Ryan Haney. Boat 137, the Wilsons, Chad and Hunter Wilson. .138, Clint Hutcherson and Drew Naylor. .139, Packy Lawrence, Jeremy Holden. Be careful out there today, buddy. Boat 140, Shane Horton and Brandon Horton. Boat 141, Colby Harrison and David Self. Boat 142, they win most of the Alabama Bass Trails they get in, I feel like, and they've won on this lake. Mitch Mitchell, Candler, McCollum. Boat 143, Wendell Edgell and Daniel Edgell. Boat 144, Keith Van and Jeremy Jones. .145, Sean Hornbuckle and Barry Morris. Good luck today, guys. Boat 146, we have Mike Dutton and Lee Humphrey. Boat 147, Frankie Daniel, Brandon Daniel. Boat 148, William Lynn and Donna Lynn. Going out 149, Lee Hayes and Ricky Lee. Boat 150, Tom McLemore and Dean Nelson. Boat 151, the Wrights, Lucas Wright and Donald Wright. Good luck today, guys. Boat 152, Terry Pryor and Terry Mann. Good luck, boys. Boat 153, Robert Wright and Chris Hawkins. Boat 154, Justin Durden and Matt Thomas. Boat 155, Blake Heiss, Jonathan Collins, 10 boat crew. Good luck today. Boat 156, Alan Johnson and Tim Hurst. Boat 157, Jeff Edmondson and Chris Yoakum. .158, Drake Luter, Kendall Phillips. Good luck today. Boat 159, Derek Coughlin and Jeffrey Cavillan. Boat 160, we have Adam Brown and Greg Diggs. Boat 161, Timothy Baker and Dylan Richardson. Boat 162, Michael Brannon and Alan Stevens. 163, Mike Fitzpatrick and Gary Fitzpatrick. Good luck today. Boat 164, we have Chris Reynolds and Nathan Reynolds. Boat 165, Lee Gray and Ethan Flack. .166, Jake Bice and Michael Smith. .167, Craig Grubbs and Matt Ferguson. .168, Ryan Adcock and Jonathan Marsh. .169, Shannon Thomas and Shane Kent. Boat 170, Sydney Pointer and Michael Pointer. Good luck today. Boat 171, John Hearn and Brian Martin. Boat 172, Betty Stahl, Linda Sands. Good luck today. In boat 173, Danny Long and Kevin Fallon. .174, we have Jonathan Vinson, Chris Thomas. Boat 175, Landon Rich and Joshua Liniger. .176, the Tuckers, Dylan and Greg Tucker. .177, Justin Lane and Luke Mason. .178, Seth Loggins, Scott Loggins. .179, Terry McCord and Timothy Byers. Boat 180, Dwayne Swindle and Ethan Swindle. Boat 181, Tim Griffith and David Ice. Boat 182, Mark Scott, Jonah Hale. Good luck today. Boat 183, David Haraway and John Gavin. .184, Lee Brown and LJ Brown. We're not going to go slow today either. Y'all just going to go fast all day long. .185, Will Sheliak, Chris Carden. Boat 186, we got Sean Camp and Craig Say. Boat 187, Brett Webster and Randy Goad. Boat 188, Bradley Jones and Brooks Goza. 189, Matt Langley and Danny Davenport. Boat 190, Bobby Sharber, Jaron Giske. Good luck today, boys. 191, Nolan Spencer and Jonathan Reese. 192, we have Wayne Boyd and Billy Brindle. Good luck today. 193, Justin Buckles and Chad Jones. 194, we have Mark Cook. 195, Roger Riddle, Norman Ligon. 196, William Darby and John Greenwood. 197, Justin Bussey, Ben Webb, going out sixth in that Angler of the Year race. 24 points back. Good luck today, guys. Boat 198, Jeff Cannon and Marty Colley. And 199, our Angler of the Year leader, Smith Lake champs, John Kellett and Zeke Gossett. Good luck today, guys. 1 point lead headed out on Wheeler Lake today. Boat 200, Gary Phelps and Jerry Bell. Boat 201, the Lolly, Sean Lolly and Davey Lolly. 202, Skylar Aldrich, Rutger Heights. I'm sure I butchered all of that. Good luck today. Boat 203, Dennis Miller, Anthony Gay. .204, David Kyle and Scott Callahan. .205, Zachary Taylor and Josh Austin. Boat 206, Anthony Vinson, William Phillips. .207, Caden Sinclair and Hunter Gibson. Going out 208, Billy Adcock and Darian Kyle. Good luck today. Boat 209, Chet Cleland, Adam Willingham. Going out 210, sitting in fifth in that Angler of the Year race. No strangers to winning that. Wesley Sams and Jordan Wiggins. Good luck, boys. 14 points off that lead. Boat 211, Eric Swinford and Bradley Nolan. Boat 212, Brad Ammer, Charles Watts. Boat 213, Luke Kyle and Arch Cornett. .214, Ashley Peebles and Anthony Wiley. .215, we've got Matthew Fincher and Jacob Kimbrough. .216, Alan Hayes, Danny Bishop. .217, the Carters, William Carter Jr., Matt Carter. .218, Tim Tomberry and Tyler Tomberry. Good luck today. Boat 219, Christopher Rocket, Trey Doust. Boat 220, Andy Cobb, Joe Giovingo. Going out to 21, our Pickwick Lake champs from stop number 4, Lance Whitaker, Jeremy Briscoe. Good luck today, guys. Going out to 22, Chris Webb and Ricky Campbell. Boat 223, Ash Goja, Danny Pettis. Good luck today. Boat number 224, Ben Phillips, Cody Brandon. And last but not least, boat 225, Jeremy Sanders and Kelly Treese. They've been to Jack's for a biscuit. They've drank all the Black Rifle coffee, Mountain Dew they can have this morning. Now they're ready to go. Now you got to find somewhere to fish, right? That's the deal with going out last. But you get to weigh in last. Good luck. See y'all this afternoon. There we go, 225 boats going out on the Wheeler Lake. Stop number 5 presented by Phoenix Boats. They're trying to win Angler of the Year. They're trying to go to that Bassmaster Team Championship, and they're trying to make it to that entry fee-free Alabama Bass Trail Championship on Weiss Lake. I've got a friend here this morning. Lots of this going to be going on today. We got mayflies everywhere here in Decatur, Alabama. We're going to get out on the water right now for some Black Rifle Coffee Live Alabama Bass Trail. We're going to be with you all morning long. Be sure to stay with us.
All right, here we are. We're going to get straight to the fish catching action this morning. We are the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, the 5th and final stop on Lake Wheeler this morning. And we made a short little run down lake to catch up with Steve Jacques and Shane Tyree. They do have one fish in the box already this morning. And as I look back towards takeoff, my cameraman pans over to the right for just a second. This is what is well known as the Decatur Flats. And from here to takeoff, I'm going to guess there's probably 100 boats. I can see 50 of them probably. So let's just say that guys have all kind of grouped up together this morning and are going to be working the flats over. It is a well-known area. There's lots of grass in this area. The fish are up shallow this morning. Have a major mayfly hatch overnight. So as much as you see the mayfly hatch on the water, it looks the same on the lake up here with the guys just all over the flats this morning. So we have caught up with boat number 40. Like I said, Steve and Shane do have one fish in the box. Guys, how was practice this week? Slow? What's the key to going on right here? What's kind of the game plan? Just kind of dragging a Carolina rig. Dragging a jig. I think like everybody else, y'all kind of expected the company this morning, right? I mean, everybody. Yeah. As we look back towards the takeoff, I mean, look at how many boats are down that way. Oh, no. So as we look around this morning, I know guys are really trying to get a really early start. I know we've been here previously, guys that had a limit before blast off had even completed. So we do have a fish catch here already. You're looking at boat number, I think it's boat number 11. Grant Garner and Anthony Land. They don't have a fish in the box yet. They were obviously one of the first boats here this morning. Got the pick of their spot. We're right here on the edge of the Decatur Flats. We're here at the power lines. It's pretty obvious where we are if you've been to Wheeler lately. We both look left and right. As far as you can see, there are boats both ways. Just off the main river here that goes off into a flat between here and the bank. Lots of grass. Through the years, in the last couple of years, grass has really come back on at Wheeler. That has really helped the fishing, giving a little bit more habitat for the fish to hide in. When they get pressured a little extra, they'll push a little deeper into the grass. The guys here said that it's really taking their time just to really kind of power finesse fish them in. So throwing a jig, throwing a Carolina rig. Said it's been kind of slow for practice. I think once they get them fired up, they'll definitely turn on and catch a good one. We're going to look at a replay here. You'll see they caught a fish right as soon as we pulled up on them this morning. It's always a good sign to pull up on a team with catching fish early. So you see fish kind of swirling around the top water here. It's a beautiful morning in Decatur, Alabama. It's going to be hot today. Got another swing and a miss there. All right, Kenneth, tell us what's, I think you're between me here and takeoff. As I look back your way, there's probably 50 boats around you, so take your pick at this point, right?
Yeah, Jason, we're actually just further down where you are, still on the Decatur Flats here. We've stopped on boat 31. It's Damian Willis, Tyler Kiker, and we've been following them pretty much since they shut down, and they have not had a bite yet. I've got another boat here that's next to us, and quite a few in this area. It's kind of it's interesting. Seems to be a lot of boats in certain areas, and then there'll be open spaces. So it kind of gives you an idea where these guys actually caught or had bites during practice. As you can see there on the screen, I'm holding a mayfly in my hand. This is what started this week. It's kind of a slow start, but all of a sudden this week it started happening. I know there at Ingalls Harbor they were everywhere, and out here on the water I've seen quite a few coming across this as well. But these mayflies hatch in the trees during the night, and usually first thing in the morning it's huge swarms of them along the bank in the trees, and the wind kind of blows them off and blows them to different areas. But I really expect a lot of teams to target areas where these mayflies are hatching first thing this morning. Certainly not the case out here on the Decatur Flats, but other areas of the lake, I'm sure these guys are targeting some of those places where the mayfly hatch is happening.
Yes, I can.
Jason, I know so far this morning you've seen a little action where you are. So far, the 2 or 3 boats that I've been able to see with an eyesight here, I've not seen even have a bite yet. So it kind of shows how sometimes these schools will get in small areas out here on the flats.
Yeah, we've had one fish catch this morning and a couple bites. Just for your reference, we're just down past you a little bit at the power line, so I know I can see almost where you're sitting. There's, like I said, coming to you, I think there's probably 50 boats between us. So I guess we'll just pick them all off one at a time. Somebody's going to catch them, right?
Yep. Well, I think what will happen is a lot of these boats are going to start out here, and I think after about an hour or two, I think we'll start to see some of them kind of filter out, based if they actually caught them or not.
You know, we both kind
I'm
of
having to move further
at the
out
same
because
time to take
I
off.
got Terry Pryor and man are fishing out along the river channel edge. So I don't want to get in their way.
Yeah, as we took off this morning, both of us went the same way. You know, I didn't see a ton of boats going up towards Gunnersville. Did you notice that as well? I mean, I think most of everybody kind of went down this way.
Yeah, there were a few that went that way, but I'm sure not many of them would go all the way to the dam. But yeah, a lot of boats went down lake for sure. And I would think a lot of the boats that are going further down past the Decatur Flats, these mayflies are what's really going to drive a lot of that. Those guys are going to get along the bank and try to take advantage of that first thing this morning.
Yeah, get back in the bushes where these mayflies are really starting to work their magic in the mornings.
Yeah, there's some bluffs down there as well that they'll hatch on, and good places to catch some pretty good smallmouth. That's the other thing we hadn't really talked much about. Historically, it's going to take largemouth to do well, but this lake has a really good smallmouth population. Wouldn't surprise me if we see quite a few come across the stage, and it's possible that Winning Bag could have a mixture of smallmouth and largemouth.
Yeah, and I think with the guys not going up north, it's probably a lot plays into that with not having a lot of current over the last couple of weeks. You know, the lake's been really stable. Guys have been reporting that, we've had rain up in Tennessee that should have pushed some water this way, but really haven't, the Lock Masters really haven't pulled any current much. Just kind of kept the lake stable over the last month or so. That, could play into the factors today with guys not having the current that they need. The wind's going to probably blow a little bit. That'll help give that surface current, keep the activity going on the top waters early in the morning. But it'll be interesting to see how it plays out today. These guys on the ledges, that we would call these ledges, the flats ledges, I guess. I've seen teams this morning all throwing Carolina rigs and jigs so far.
I've actually been monitoring the TVA app for the current and generation schedule. And interesting enough, it looked like the plan for today was more than what it has been all week. Most of the week it's been flowing about 16 to 18,000. I think today it's projected up to average about 28,000. So at some point in the day, that could make a difference today.
Well, I guess all the phone calls that anglers probably made to the Lockmaster begging, paid off, I guess. Not that they
We'll
listen to
see.
us at
Just
all
because it's
anyway.
projected doesn't mean it's going to happen.
That's right. Guys, what's y'all's boat number? We've just now pulled down to boat 68, Danny Hurd and Fisher Hurd. How was practice for y'all this week?
Can't find no guide anywhere.
Just kind of scattered out. Yeah.
Sorry, Ken.
I'm about to throw my cameraman out too. I hear you swirling. He about fell out.
If I'm having to turn around, we're kind of facing into the sun. It makes it,
Me too.
makes it a little
Yep,
difficult
the
to
same
see.
thing.
So the team you see now on my camera is Team 152. It's Terry Pryor, Terry Mann, and boat 31's there in the background. Boat 31's hooked up. Looks like a small fish. So for those that watched this tournament last year on live, we had a lot of action, a lot of boats caught fish, a lot of boats out here on the flats. There was grass everywhere last year, and this year there's not near as much grass. But the difference is it's better grass now than it was. There was a lot of different kind of grass last year, some of it kind of stringy, but there's a lot more hydrilla now. And I really think long term that's going to really make things a lot better. But I think that's part of why we're going to see a lot of boats kind of sit in small areas today.
right, guys, welcome into the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here on the banks of Wheeler Lake at Ingalls Harbor. We've got Jason and Kenneth still out on the water. You can still see them on live. But I do want to take a minute to welcome you into the fifth and final stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division. Just got the numbers in. We had 200 boats actually blast off this morning here at Wheeler Lake. A lot of guys really trying to get those points to get them to that $100,000 no entry fee championship later on at Weiss Lake. But you got about 15 teams out there that are trying to make it inside that top 9. I know Kenneth has been on boat number 31. Tyler Kiker, Damian Willis, they are sitting third in the points, just 3 points out of the lead there, trying to stay inside that top 9 to make it to the Harris Chain later on in December. Talk a little bit about Wheeler Lake. It is the second largest lake on the Tennessee River chain in Alabama, just over 67,000 acres. But as Jason and Kenneth have alluded to, I think the lake is going to fish extremely small this week. Temperatures right now 66 degrees with water temperature just cresting 80 degrees. We've had a lot of rain this weekend, scattered showers, scattered thunderstorms throughout the week. Going to be overcast this morning, but getting on up till about 92 degrees today. Very little wind right now. Not really expecting a whole lot this week. One thing that Kenneth has talked about was the mayfly hatch. We saw that happen overnight from Thursday to Friday. Pulled in the parking lot yesterday, and the trucks were covered with mayflies. So that is going to play into today. You can bet that, and also the fact that the TVA is going to run more water today. So hopefully that's going to see some smallmouth get active. The great thing about the Tennessee River, it's always been a hub for cities like Decatur, having over 500 companies located along the river and about 12 global Fortune 500 companies. So it's really important to the city of Decatur as one of our transportation networks that the companies along the river use. But it is getting more and more known for the recreational aspects like competitive bass fishing. So we're really excited to be here. This is my hometown. This is one of the very first boat ramp projects I ever worked on. So I'm excited to be in my hometown and get to sleep in my bed last night. So let's talk a little bit about some of the teams that you're going to want to watch today. We've got cameras on the top 15, so you're going to notice we're going to go to those guys because that Angler of the Year prize is up for grabs. The top 4 teams in the Angler of the Year points in the North have a chance to unseat Rob Lee and Steve Winslet in the South for the overall Angler of the Year. They have 1,017 points. Those teams mathematically are the only teams that could unseat them at this time. But teams that we want to watch that have a really good chance of winning this event, Mitch Mitchell, Candler McCollum, they have 4 wins on the Alabama Bass Trail. 1 came here with over a 30-pound bag. Those guys know how to catch them. You've got a team today using an alternate. Teams can use an alternate one time during the season and still collect points. That's boat 156. Would be Mark McKeag, Tim Hurst. It's Alan Johnson and Tim Hurst today. They are currently sitting in 10th place in the points, just a couple of points out of that top 9. You know that's what they've got to be eyeing. So you're going to want to watch that team. Other teams that we have cameras on, we've got Casey Walker and Zach Lemon. Zach and his dad fish here a tremendous amount, have a lot of success here on the lake. We've got camera on them as well. Some of the other teams that you're going to want to watch as well, John Kellett, Zeke Gossett. I just got a radio transmission from them. They're having some boat problems this morning. They're currently sitting first in Angler of the Year, just 1 point securely in first place. Roman Calvert, Shannon Calvert, they're only 1 point. They're second place in Angler of the Year. And then a team that's new to the Alabama Bass Trail but not new to the Tennessee River is Michael and Joe Woolley. I think Luke alluded to that in Blast Off. They've got a lot of information and a lot of time on the Tennessee River, so we're going to want to watch them really closely. Anglers are looking for largemouth, smallmouth bass, and spots. Largemouth and spotted bass 12 inches, smallmouth at 15 inches, and then meanmouth on the Tennessee River are measured like a smallmouth, so they need to be 15 inches as well. They have a small tooth patch. That's what they're considered a meanmouth. So we have seen all 4 species weighed in one of the bags that Mitch Mitchell, Candler McCollum weighed in over 30 pounds. So that's all important. Guys, Alabama Bass Trail, we weigh our fish with the mouth closed, tail fanned, and swipe to achieve the greatest length. So that's what the guys are looking for. We are going to get back out to Kenneth and Jason. They are on a couple of teams out on what is considered the Decatur flights. We're going to see that is a major player today. Guys are going to do a lot of running around, but the guys that can get to their spot, they're probably going to anchor down. I think Damien and Tyler have their power poles down. I think they're sitting there for a little bit. So Kenneth, I saw that they caught a fish a while ago, but I'm not sure if it went in the live well. Can you give us an update on boat 31, Damien Willis and Tyler Kiker?
Yeah, okay, we've been on these guys since they stopped. We actually followed them out from takeoff, and that's the only bite they've had that we've seen, and it was a small fish. I can't remember if it actually went in the box or not, but if it did, it's barely a keeper.
We're still sitting on boat 68, Danny Hurd and Fisher Hurd. Don't have any fish in the box currently. He said practice with them was fish were really scattered. Just kind of taking it slow, dragging the Carolina rig. Currently looking at boat number 40. Steve and Shane, we pulled up on them first thing this morning. They caught a fish rather quickly, put one in the box. That was our first fish catch of the day. And behind them is boat number 11. Grant Garner and Anthony Land. And behind boat number 11 is the rest of the Decatur Flats, with probably 30 to 50 boats between here and takeoff.
Kim and Jason talk about it is definitely which we expect it to be. Alan Johnson, Tim Hurst, how can most of them think I mean these guys? They're trying to act like we're not here. I think, so far. But Mark McKay, of course, one of those Tim Hurst, Mark's out. He's built.
I'm having to stay a little bit away from this boat because they're actually not right on the top of the ledge that comes up out of the river channel. They're actually kind of on the backside. So this ledge comes up about where my boat is from the river channel. It's about the shallowest part in most places. It kind of comes up shallow, and as it goes towards the bank there, past boat here, boat 31, it actually, gets a little bit deeper. There's some ditches, channels that runs between here and the bank there. So these guys are kind of on the backside of the first ledge. That's where the better grass is. Better grass is either right on this ledge or it's right on the backside. Wheeler Lake actually gets drawn down in the wintertime, and it doesn't come up to full pool until like the 1st of May. So this grass actually starts growing, February if we have good weather, March for sure. So it's going to grow based on the water level from the drawdown. So then once the water comes to full pool, that shallowest water was too shallow for the grass to grow. So it ends up being, 5 to about 7 feet of water is where the grass really starts to grow, and that's where it takes hold. And by the time the water comes up in May, it's a little bit late for it to start growing in the shallower areas.
We got one team going to take off and leave this area.
Guys, we're finally out on the flats with everybody else and their brother. As you've heard Ken and Jason allude to this morning, we've caught up with Alan Johnson, Tim Hurst here. And I think they're trying to be kind of sneaky. They don't really want to talk to us. So we're just laying back. Haven't seen them catch a fish, but a couple other boats right here where they're at. And they're on the opposite side of the flats over here on just off of the river channel on the Decatur side, and both throwing big worms. Guys, how many do y'all have so far? We got 0 right here with Johnson and Hurst. Boat 156, and of course Mark McKeg and Tim, a staple out here on the Alabama Bass Trail. Mark fishing another event today, so Alan Johnson's filling in. Alan's got a lot of experience here on Wheeler. But the flats are as expected, like Kenneth and Jason have been saying. It's very crowded, but in the last couple of years, they've came back to life. I mean, Wheeler really went through a difficult period there as far as the flats are concerned with vegetation, and now it's really started coming back in the last few years, and the fishing has started improving again, and Wheeler's getting back to being that gem on the Tennessee River that it always has been. It's always amazing to me, though, that a lot of the damage that gets done in tournaments just right here in this Decatur area. It's a large area, but it's just a small section of this lake that runs over 70 miles dam to dam. It always amazes me how many bass live in this stretch. Both these guys throwing Texas rigs, and that's going to be something I feel like you're going to see play a lot as the grass on some of these bars is going to start getting closer to the surface. Swimming a worm's going to come into play. I know I talked to Trey Swindle yesterday about his practice, and he was saying that he had fished the Bassmaster Open here earlier this year, in a lot of the areas that he caught them on a chatterbait in that event where the grass wasn't very high. He says you can't even get a chatterbait through there now. The grass is almost touching the surface, so you had to change techniques up. Still some fish in those areas, but as that grass grows, you have to change. A couple other boats here fishing this same bar, but over my shoulder on the flats, it's just an absolute zoo. Haven't seen any action yet from all the boats we can see, but just got a feeling at some point somebody's going to swing right here. Heard you guys as I was running down the lake talking about the current's going to be a little bit, it's forecast to be a little bit more today than it has during the week. That's a welcome sign when you're a TVA angler. Because this summer, there's not been a lot of current. We talked about that in the Pickwick event, Stop 4. There's barely any current. And especially on these flats, when you get that current, it positions these fish on these bars, on these hard spots, behind stumps. Gets them up there where they're going to ambush minnows and just waiting for a jig or a worm or Carolina rig to come creeping down through there. I think we've got Jason. It's caught up with another team out here in the craziness on the flats. Jason, who we got?
Yes, sir. We got boat number 65, currently sitting 7th in the AOY. Shane Mears and James Mears, guys. Big day today, right? Y'all got a lot on the line, I know. Not trying to put any more pressure than you already feel, I know. Got one in the box, though. That's a great start. Yeah, you got to blow all the mayflies out at some point, too, right? Have y'all seen so many mayflies in one spot? It's crazy, right? So how was practice? Kind of, is this kind of the area, the main area, you think, or? Yeah, just kind of bounce around a little bit. Between here and if we look back between here and the landing, there's a lot of boats. I mean, it's a pretty crazy day, right? Yeah. So what we know is the Decatur Flats, and that's what we expect though this time of year for sure.
Those guys down there, they're having a good one.
So we're dragging a jig, looks like. Yeah, typical June pattern, yep.
We still don't understand that sometimes.
They don't get in line like they should. We're gonna slide back and let you fish a little bit. Appreciate y'all's time today for sure. Good luck. So just recap for a second, it is Shane Mears and James Mears got one fish in the box. They currently are sitting 7th in the AOY, and it's so important today because making that top 9 to go on to fish the Bassmaster Team Championship is very important. Of course, they're already in for the ABT Championship. They're not too far out for AOY, so there's a chance there if they catch a good bag and jump the other guys ahead of them in the points race that they could be your North Division AOY leader. So lots on the line. Of course, I mean, $10,000 first place today, so if they do that as well. So guys are fishing for a lot of different things today. Tried not to put too much pressure on them, but they know the weight that they're carrying already. It's a big deal. No strangers to the top of the leaderboard for sure. So said practice was all right. Mayfly hatch was very, very strong this morning, and you know they said that they expected the guys to be a kind of all around on the flats this morning. But this is the main area they plan to bounce around on a little bit, dragging a jig, trying different things. Both of them keeping their heads down on the graph, watching the activity all around them. Hi, Luke. I think you got a little bit of action going on your end of the lake. Tell us what's going on this morning.
Yeah, we do. We slid up the bar here a little bit from Tim Hurst and Alan Johnson. And guys, what boat number y'all? 43. I got to go to my handy dandy cheat sheet here. 43. Jamie Smith, Michael Raines.
Yeah, I can't make it without it either.
no strangers to catching bass on the Tennessee River in the ABTs, Smith and Rains. How many of y'all have so far? Just 4 out. So we brought you luck. We like to hear that. Just boated their first bass right as we were easing in here. Got one throwing a spinner bait, one dragging a Carolina rig. Just caught their first fish. Looked to be about a 2-pounder. A little different body language in this boat though than we saw from Hurst and Johnson. They were very tight-lipped, didn't want to talk to us. And I'm wondering, you know, these guys they're within 100 yards of each other or so, but you wonder with an earlier draw with Rains and Smith here if they're right where Johnson wanted to start maybe, or you know, you get that tension sometimes. Boat number is very important this time of year with these offshore tournaments. Got these little individual hard spots and grass beds that can hold an entire school of fish. I love these team events though, just getting to see the approach. You got one guy dragging, one guy winding, and it's very important to me to always fish something different from the guy in the front of the boat. Unless it's just every cast, just keep trying something different till you get it dialed in. 2 different approaches. And that's what makes them one of the best teams out here on the ABT.
Luke,
Also, I know this has been said a lot. Go ahead, Jason.
You know, a team event's much different than what a lot of people may be normally used to watching, where you got the co in the back of the boat fishing against the guy in the front of the boat. And in these events where we're ledge fishing primarily at this point, you know, or grass fishing, I should say, you know, kind of really targeting a spot, it makes boat placement a little easier for that guy in the front of the boat. He's not trying to push that guy away in the back of the boat. And they're working together today. So, you know, obviously they're fishing against that other team over there, you know, the Hurst crew. But, you know, it's harder a lot of times when you're not in a team tournament to kind of fish these ledge events. You know, you see a lot of guys kind of get frustrated. But here you got a guy in the back of the boat kind of partnering with you. And like you said, he's able to drag a different bait and, you know, really get the school fired up maybe. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, I think that, no, you're right. It's so different than a draw tournament where you're fishing with a random partner. And you really got 2 different goals, right? The co-anglers are competing against the co-anglers, but he's also competing against the pro in the front of that boat. But in this team format, they're both, all they've got to do is catch 5, right? Going about it however they can. So, and a lot of times when you're in an individual event, and Jason, I know you've fished them and I've fished them, you're going through your rotation in your mind, right? Well, you may be throwing a Carolina rig and thinking, man, I bet they bite a spinnerbait, or I bet they bite a crankbait. I wish I could do that. And when you see a co-angler pick one up, sometimes you cringe because you're like, oh, is he going to start catching them out of the back? But in this event, you hope your partner fires the school and figures out something if it's a little slow on the front end of the boat, for dang sure. But something that, Jason, you and Kenneth have talked about, and it's been the theme of the show for sure, but this mayfly hatch is one of the craziest ones I've ever seen. I mean, there are dead mayflies everywhere, and I can't help but, you know, you guys are seeing slow fishing so far. We're seeing it here. I had a conversation with Gerald Swindle years ago about how a mayfly hatch can change a fishery overnight, and it is really crazy to see how nature can work. But the fish almost know it's going on. And he was talking about how he can actually pull fish, even deep fish in 20, 25 feet of water on a river ledge, completely change them overnight when a hatch happens. And you wonder if you got a little bit of that going on. I mean, the fish certainly feed on them until they can't eat anything else a lot of the time. It's that once a year delicacy for these Tennessee River bass.
Yeah, it's so strong up here. that, you know, we talk about Guntersville and matted grass a lot of times. It's a matted mayfly carnage, you know,
Yes.
out here on the flat. I mean, it's just solid mayflies. It's crazy.
It is definitely that way. Makes me want a bobber and a cricket, just to be honest. All I think about is catching big
Yes,
bluegill
yes.
when that's going on with my dad when I was a kid. So I'm twitching up here on the front deck. I just want to be on a bluff somewhere catching some big brim. And catch some big bass around them too, though. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, because those brim will pull those bass in too, you know, and they'll double one too,
Yes.
the mayflies and the brim. Oh, we're going to bring Kenneth in with us on a 3-box here. Kenneth, any more action on your end?
Well, guys, I decided to make a move. Since we'd covered the flats, you guys are out on the flats, I decided to come back here in some backwater areas, and I thought this was going to be boat 18, but I hadn't gotten close enough to verify that yet. But these guys are further in the backwater, and they're fishing a lily pad field, throwing buzzbait and frogs. But, you know, Wheeler is a very diverse fishery, and there's a lot of boats out there on the flats, but there's a lot of other things that will happen today. And, you know, one of the things I want to try to do is show some of that. So throughout the day, as we're on live, I'm hoping that we can cover several different teams and kind of give an idea of the different techniques or technique possibilities that happen here on Wheeler Lake.
Hooked up here, Smith and Rains. Good fish. Gonna be number 2 for these guys. Kenneth, you're right. Wheeler is one of the most diverse fisheries. There we go. One of the most diverse fisheries on the entire TVA chain. And for me, being in this Decatur area, I am cut my teeth on the lower end of this lake. First and Second Creek, Elk River. It's where I just grew up fishing with my dad. And really, you know, first bass tournaments I ever fished were on that end. And when Decatur gets healthy, that end of the lake gets healthy as well, it seems. And you just can't help but wonder, what will we see come from some of that deep water down there? There's a lot of good offshore spots. Now, there's not there'll be some crowding down there. You know, we've seen that over the years in plenty of ABTs. But somebody will land on them down there and compete with the flats today.
Had a bite on a frog. and we
Looks
missed
like
it.
our guys are going to make a move. Shane Mears and James Mears, 7AO Live's about to make a move.
Morning, what's your boat number? 82. We're here with boat 82, Charles Murphy, Tim Burns. How's it going so far? Slow?
We kind of expected that the sun needs to get up on this side.
Okay. So you think the sun draws them in under these little pads?
That'll push all these fish scattered out here and back up on.
Okay.
There's a fish scuttling this morning right out there, but they picked up and get it. We've had it pretty high.
So, you know, you talk about the sun getting these fish, you know, under these lily pads. You know, this is a real shallow flat area, and he said they were schooling out here when he first got in here. But these fish can kind of roam on this flat out here in open water at night or low light conditions. And as he says, as the sun gets up, these fish kind of want to tuck in under cover. They get under these lily pads. He said he's had a couple of bites, just hadn't been able to get any good ones in the boat yet. But we did see Tim get a bite on that frog and he missed it, so the opportunities are here.
All right, Smith and Raines just boated fish number 3 right here. Looks like they've got something cooking. We were actually going to make a move, and they said, no, you're not. You're going to sit right here and watch this show. And it's interesting now, you know, we were talking when we first pulled up on them. You had one throwing a Carolina rig and one utilizing a spinnerbait. Well, now they're both dragging. You've got both throwing Carolina rigs now. So slowing down and dragging through that grass, and obviously a hard spot. Got some shell. But it seems like starting to get fish are getting a little fired up. Actually, we've got a Carolina rig and a Texas rig. So they are still throwing 2 different things. If I remember right, these guys won on Pickwick in either the first or second year of the ABT, I believe. Miss Kay is our Alabama Bass Trail historian. She definitely remembers. I was in that tournament though, and I remember getting my brains beat out by these guys on Pickwick in March, I believe. I believe we've got that Alabama Bass Trail historian coming on with us. Miss Kay, am I right or wrong? And do I get a Jack's biscuit if I'm right?
You know, this is one of the lakes we can't have a Jack's biscuit delivered, but I do think you're right. I was actually about to pull that up. Michael and Jamie have fished with us since year 1, and they have had numerous top 3s on the Alabama Bass Trail. They're always there at the championship. They've been to the Bassmaster Team Championship a few times. They certainly know how to catch them everywhere we go.
Yeah, they're one of those names that whether you fish ABT or not, if you look through the standings enough, you're going to see them. You don't have to dig very far most of the time to see Smith and Raines.
a little bit cooler start this morning, and it's going to heat up pretty quick. A lot of the guys that I talked to throughout the week felt like the first 3 to 4 hours of the morning were going to be crucial. So, I mean, based on what we're seeing here, I mean, they're firing right now. We'll see what happens a little bit later on.
Yeah, it's you know, there's a little bit of a breeze coming right up the river this morning. It's not bad just yet. You know, a lot of times in the summertime, by this time you're already feeling it on the back of your neck a little bit. You know, you can feel it's coming. It's going to be sweltering, and I know it's going to get on up there today, temperature-wise. But as of right now, it's a perfect morning. Good breeze, and there's a little overcast to start. Now that's kind of burning off, but not too hot just yet. And the water temperature is still, you know, just hovering around 80 going into, you know, we're almost to July. Normally you see it a little bit higher than that by now. It's been such a strange year weather-wise for us.
I know y'all have been talking about the mayfly hatch. I mean, we saw it significantly here at the boat ramp yesterday. Thursday, no mayflies. Friday, I pull into the parking lot. Trucks are covered with mayflies. I see that y'all have several that are on the water as well.
Oh, yeah. There are mayflies,
those mayflies
as far as you can see.
Those mayfly hatches don't all happen at the same time either, depending on where you're on the river. There could have been some the last couple of weeks, and some just, like you said, at Ingalls Harbor, just started this week. It can vary depending on where you're on the lake.
A lot of times those mayfly hatches on the lower end of the lake, you get down there around Lucy's Branch, some of those bluffier banks down there are notorious for having really good smallmouth fishing at times. Whenever you can land on the right mayfly hatch, you can catch a big bag of smallmouth. So be interested to see if somebody stumbles into that today on the lower end as well. All right, guys, I want you to all stay with us here. Alabama Bass Trail Live presented by Black Rifle Coffee. We're going to check in with a couple commercials, and we'll see you guys back out on the water for more Wheeler Lake action in just a few moments.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
No, looks like boneless wings are back at Jack's. And people love them so much, there's bound to be a napkin shortage. Juicy, boneless chicken wings in 3 bold, mouth-watering flavors. Try the tangy honey barbecue, that craveable sweet and spicy, or the zesty classic buffalo. What is a shirt anyway, if not one giant napkin? You'll go back to Jack, Jack, Jack. Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio here on the banks of Wheeler Lake. You are looking at Ingalls Harbor, one of the premier tournament hosting destinations located here in Decatur, Alabama. Part of the Tennessee River, located here in Alabama. Fortune 500 companies located all along this river, but it is certainly becoming known as one of the best recreational and competitive bass fishing lakes in the country. Welcome in. Current temperature is around 66 degrees. Water temperature at 80.7, clear skies, and almost no wind to report. So it's a great day here in Decatur, Alabama. You're seeing the great boat ramp here at Ingalls Harbor full, absolutely packed to capacity. We've got boats or trucks and trailers parked in every possible parking spot, as well as every piece of grass that we can find. So it's great to be home in Decatur, Alabama, here at Wheeler Lake for the fifth and final stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division presented by Phoenix Boats. We've got Jason, Kenneth, and Luke out on the water covering as many teams as possible. We're going to try to stay on those teams in that top 15 as best we can to give you an idea of what the Angler of the Year points looks like going into the weigh-in today. But first, I'm actually pretty excited that I get to do this. I'm actually choosing cold coffee this morning. I'm not going to lie, I've already had a cup of coffee, but I am choosing the Caramel Vanilla Black Rifle Espresso 300. So good, and I really need this. Something about being on the road. I don't normally sleep well. I thought sleeping in my home bed last night I'd be great, but did not sleep. Got a lot of excitement about today's event, being in my home lake, being in my home city, hoping everything goes well, worrying about the 225 teams going out on the water. It's part of what I do. I feel like all of these guys fishing here are brothers and sisters or children of mine. I've been with them for a long time. This is the 10th season of the Alabama Bass Trail. A lot of the guys, Michael Raines, Jamie Smith out there that you saw, they have fished with me for 10 years. So they become more like family than a team on the Alabama Bass Trail. It's been very exciting 10 years. Every year it seems like it comes down to this very tight points race, and somebody's got to win that. But what they're trying to do is unseat Rob Lee, Steve Winslet, who have 1,017 points in the South Division. Only the top 4 teams in our current points can do that mathematically. So it's going to be a tight points race. Our leaders, John Kellett, Zeke Gossett, they got a late start, probably a little over an hour delayed this morning. They had boat trouble. We saw that with Chris Rutland, Kobe Carden last week or week before last at the Alabama River. They had they spun a ear on their prop, so they had to change their prop in the middle of the tournament. So we see that happen, but that's part of managing the tournament. I talked to an angler yesterday. He said, I've cleaned my live wells. I've done everything I can to possibly keep my fish alive tomorrow. I certainly don't want a dead fish penalty to keep me out of that top 9. Guys are doing everything, and that's what fishing is about. It's not just about catching the fish or even locating the fish. You got to locate them, you got to catch them, and you got to keep them alive until it's your time to weigh in. So the scales will open at 1:30 today. Guys can come in as early as 1:30 to weigh their fish. It's going to be an exciting day. I know it started off slow, but guys are catching them. We've only got cameras on about 11 or 12 boats. We've got trackers on 30. We're going to try to cover as many teams as possible for you today out on the water. So I did want to talk to you a little bit. Weigh-in does start at 2:30. We're at Ingalls Harbor at 802 Wilson Street over here in Decatur, Alabama. We don't have bleacher seating here today. Normally we do. Those got damaged in the storm last year, so we don't have those here with us today. So if you're coming out, please bring your lawn chair, bring your umbrella. It's going to be a balmy 92 degrees today, and there's no shade trees around. So make sure that you bring your umbrella, bring a blanket to sit on or a lawn chair, and come out and visit with us for the final stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division here at Wheeler Lake. These guys are trying to get that $10,000 payday. They're trying to get inside that top 9 to make it to the Bass Team Championship. They're trying to also get inside that top 75 in Angler of the Year points to go to the $100,000 no entry fee championship at Weiss Lake. So I know Jason is set up on another team, and it's a team that's a father-son team, but they're fishing in the general population of the Alabama Bass Trail. These guys can catch them. They're boat number 61, Fisher Anaya and Ryan Anaya. So we're going to get back out on the water to Jason and see what's going on out there. Jason, how many fish do they have? Have you been able to catch up with them yet?
We caught up with them a minute ago. They were on another spot and they ran across the lake. We have not talked to them yet. We can't get too close to them because it looks like they're live scoping, just trying to stay back away from them at the moment. I don't have a clue of what they got in the box yet. We'll get a chance to talk to them here in a minute, though. These guys are known to catch them, so Fisher stays on the water every day of the week. So this guy's talking about spending time on the water. This team definitely spends time on the water. So it is boat number 61, Fisher and Ryan Anaya. Luke was talking about coming down to the south end of the lake. The more he talked about it, the more I just wanted to get down here. So we decided to make the run and come on down here where these guys are doing a little different than what's happening up on the takeoff area, in the mid-lake area, up there in the Decatur Flats. These guys are going to fish a little deeper. They're going to fish the bank. The lake really widens out on this end of the lake. So we got a couple teams down here we're going to try to hit. I know that our 4th place AOI team is down here, so we got a little bit to catch up with a couple teams down here. So y'all hang in there for sure. We're going to bring you some more fish catching action for sure. Try to slide in here a little closer to them and see if we can get a little bit of conversation.
Camera 3, boat 30.
You see both of them looking at the graph. You see Fisher pointing. They're definitely fishing for what they can see at this point. So as you look off in the distance behind them, there's a set of power lines there. There's another set way off in the distance, and that's where we came from. So you can see that we kind of made a pretty good little run down here. We're just outside the Elk River. It is the next creek down on the right, and we're just across the river from it. Just kind of give you a little idea of where we are. We did make a pretty good little run. Where we blasted off this morning is Ingalls Harbor. It's just kind of about mid-lake, so it gives the guys lots of opportunities to go upriver and downriver. We noticed this morning a lot of teams really targeted downriver. As we've been covering this morning, a lot of teams really spent the time focusing on the Decatur Flats, and looks like kind of most of the rest of the field, for the majority, kind of came down this way. So you see Fisher does have on, it looks like a soft plastic, maybe a drop shot. Pretty finessey. Both of them looks like they got a pretty finessey action going on this morning. So you just called a shot and said throw left. Try to slide up there to him. Okay, we're gonna bring Kenneth back in with us now. Kenneth, I know we've both been bouncing around a little bit. What you got going on your side?
Well, I'm still back here in the shallowest part of the flat. So it's where the flats actually meet the bank that is farthest away from the river channel. And there's a lot of different cover in here. We saw lily pads earlier. This is a little grass patch here. There's bushes in the water. There's trees. It's a little bit of everything. And so this is boat 30. It's Tracy Robinson, Dustin Robinson. This is a team that has a chance to move themselves up into the top 9. They're only 53 points out of first place. So if these guys can have a really good tournament, it can make a difference for them as far as AOY standings. But he told me, I was able to talk to him. He actually moved across this area, so I was able to talk to him for a minute. But
Morning,
he said
guys.
that they decided to try to stay away from the pack. They wanted to hit these shallow areas at least first thing in the morning. He said he has another hour, maybe hour and a half before this bite completely dies. He has a 5-pounder in the boat and a 2.5 to 3 to go with it. He says he's missed a couple of opportunities, and they're hoping to get at least one more kicker fish. If he can do that, then he feels pretty comfortable with what he's done so far, and then he can move out and kind of give the rest of the day to finish out a strong limit here.
You said you got 11? Got one little one, okay. His Mayflash hatch does kind of sometimes confuse him a little bit, I think. We were just talking about that this morning. Luke was... Yeah. Wow. Kind of turns them on.
Tracy just alluded to a lot there that he gave us, and he's talking about doing something different than most of the field, and you really break a tournament down, you realize that you can only weigh in 5 fish. So if you can get 5 of the right bites, that's really all the bites you need all day long. Sometimes staying away from the crowd, having an area to yourself, it may not have the most fish, but if there's enough decent fish doing that, then it might be an advantage because you're not a part of the crowd. You're not fishing for fish that are pressured. And by the time you get to the weigh-ins in the afternoon, it could be a really good decision. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out for this team. These guys have a lot of experience on Coosa River, and this is similar to what they do there as well. So this is kind of in their comfort zone.
We've caught up with 5th place team in the Angler of the Year race. Wesley Sams, Jordan Wiggins out here on the flats, and I asked them how they were doing, and they just said not good. So they didn't elaborate, but slow morning. They went out boat 210, and we were talking about that when we were with Smith and Rains. That boat number is so important. It certainly can be when it's crowded out here on these flats like this. Boat number can play a huge factor in your tournament getting off to, a good start. Laying that foundation early in the morning is key in the summertime. They told us they're not far from making a move, not finding what they want. Several teams in this area on what I call the back channel over here. The top 9 in points going to go to that team championship for a chance at the Classic, and these guys are no strangers to that tournament, that's for sure. Trying to get back there, you want to stay in that top 9 after today, and then of course try to win Team of the Year. And Angler of the Year is very hard to come by with this group of anglers.
We've been really skipping around really quick.
We caught one right at our full dozen.
Sams and Wiggins are going to make a move, guys. I think we're going to move as well. It's not hard to find a team up here today.
So we are still on the team of Ryan and Naya, Fisher and Naya. They do have one fish in the box. Ryan was alluding to this school earlier this week had 5-pounders in it that they're fishing on. Said that day by day it kind of seemed to get a little smaller and smaller, and like Luke was saying this morning, the mayfly hatch could really shake things up for these guys that have located some schools offshore, and some of the guys in the flats have located some schools, and they're going to make a move to run straight to the bank, like Luke was saying, that these will pull these fish up on the bank. The mayfly hatch will pull these fish from out of the schools up onto the bank. And as you see that right now, Ryan and Fisher are kind of making that move up to the bank to go see if these schools are up there. So we're going to take a quick commercial break right now, and we're going to get right back to the action as we come out of commercial break.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is sponsored by Amherst Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
All right, here we are at Alabama Bass Trail North Division, the 5th stop from Wheeler Lake. Oh, nice swing and a miss there. We are on the team of Ryan and Naya and Fisher and Naya, and these guys are pretty much doing what Luke was alluding to earlier, where the mayfly hatch has been really strong. I mean, really, really strong, especially last night. We've just got, like, the whole lake is just covered in mayfly. And we talked about the fish kind of being off on the flats. We talked about them being out a little deeper. All guys in practice this week have been talking about that. And we pulled up. That's what Ryan started saying. He said, you know, we found this school out here. Probably got 5-pounders in it. We've caught a couple of them in practice, and we get them fired up. It's probably about 50 fish. We got them fired up, and we could catch them. He said, but with this mayfly hatch going on, it seems to probably have pulled these fish somewhere else. So they just made the move to go to the bank. We're literally 100 yards from where they locate that school offshore, and they've just kind of come up to the bank. Because that's what these fish will do, is they'll come up here and feed on these mayfly. They'll feed on the brim, also feeding on the mayflies. So we're just going to kind of sit back and watch and see if they're able to relocate this school for a minute. So as you see the replay here from last night of just how covered the mayflies, they hatch out at nighttime, and they'll hatch out up on the bank in the trees. They'll hatch out on your trucks and cars, wherever. Oh, fish on right here. Got off, got off, got off. He's getting a lesson from Daddy right now. So you can see that they've just really just pulled back up to the bank. It's kind of a little creek inlet right here, more of just a little pocket. It does have a lot of overhanging trees, kind of where those mayflies are going to hatch. It does have some wood in the water. I'm currently sitting in about 12 foot of water. Water temps pushing 84, 85 degrees. We're down here on the south end of the lake, a little deeper out here. Lake really spreads out. And teams kind of spread out down here too, so we're not really crowded, not having to share water with other teams. Just provides these guys a lot of opportunities to locate their school and really kind of target and figure out what it's going to take to make their school bite. Ryan really taking his time, or Fisher really taking his time to get his knot tied right. Very key, important, using light line. Really want to make sure your equipment's ready, because who knows, the next bite could be an 8-pounder. Mountain Dew big bass. Looks like they're going to make a move. Go try some other areas. Gonna go get it figured out, try somewhere else. So we will, Miss Kay, give us a little bit update what's going on back in the studio.
Well, welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail studio here on the banks of Wheeler Lake. Guys are resetting up on some teams, making sure that they can get, trying to get those teams inside that top 9 to give you an update on how the points race looks at 7:40 in the morning. We're going to go live until 10:30 this morning. I did mention earlier that the scales will open at 1:30. We always open 1 hour prior to the official first flight check-in time. That gives guys a chance to come in if they have a fish that's in distress that we need to get back in the water. We go ahead and get them in and let them weigh in early, but live will start around 2:30. So I just wanted to clarify that. I think I kind of sent shockwaves through some of our crew when I said live weigh-in will start at 1:30. So I just wanted to touch base with that. I did want to remind you, we just opened registration for the Alabama Bass Trail 100 for the 2024 season. Sold out in just about 5 days for that. So we have the ABT 100 sold out. We will start registration for the Alabama Bass Trail Series August 1st. August 1st through the 14th will be priority registration for the teams that fish during the 2023 season. New team registration opens on August the 15th around 6 a.m. It'll be sometime between 5:30 and 6 a.m. So looking forward to that. If you haven't taken a look at the schedule, you can go to alabamabasstrail.org, click on the news releases, and you should see a news release around, I think it was on May the 6th. For the North Division, we will be starting off at Pickwick. Then I think we'll be going over to Lake Gunnersville. I'm trying to think of the schedule right off the top of my head. I think then we go to Neely Henry. No, actually we come to Wheeler in April, and then Neely Henry in May, and then come, let's see, and in June we go to Lake Gunnersville. So that's kind of where we are. I just wanted to remind you that I've had a lot of text messages and emails regarding the 2024 season. New team registration does open August the 15th at between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. Last year we sold out in just under 18 minutes. So I will make more social media posts about that as we get ready to open the 2024 registration. But one other thing that these guys are fishing for today, Angler of the Year, they get free entry. So they'll be fishing on the Alabama Bass Trail Dime for 2024. So that makes that pot even bigger. There's the schedule right now. February 17th, we open up at Pickwick. Then we move March to Smith Lake, April Wheeler Lake. May 18th, we move on down to Neely Henry Lake, where we saw an 829 caught this year, guys, and then in June move over to Lake Gunnersville. The South Division, that's where we kick it all off at Lake Jordan. Last time we kicked it off at Lake Jordan was in 2020, one of the first couple events we got in before COVID. March 9th, moving on to Lake Martin. April the 13th to Logan Martin Lake. May 11th, the Alabama River, and June 15th down at Lake Eufaula. Alabama Bass Trail 100, we mentioned, just sold out. We'll be at Logan Martin Lake January the 20th, Weiss Lake on June the 1st, and then right here at Wheeler Lake November the 2nd. So lots of things in store for the Alabama Bass Trail in 2024. New team registration starts August the 15th between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. Looking forward to hopefully a very quick sellout for that. As you may notice, we did go up $300 in entry fee, but we also went up to a $15,000 first place. All places 1 through 30th went up in payout, and 31st through 40 stayed at $500. Big Fish went from $500 to $1,000. So we did raise the payout significantly. We're about 108% payback to our anglers. Everyone can register at alabamabasstrail.org. Click on register beginning on August the 15th. We've got Kenneth out on the water. He is positioned on another boat. We're going to get out to him and see if they have anything in the box. Kenneth, tell us who you're with.
We're here with boat 177, Justin Lane and Luke Mason. Just now kind of gotten on them. These guys are kind of fishing an area. We're still on Decatur Flats. This is an area that's not as much about the grass as it is the high spots. And there's scattered schools out here, bait out here as well. Hey guys, how's it going so far today?
Got 2 babies.
2 babies. Is that kind of what you expected, or has it been tougher than expected?
About what we expected.
Okay.
Practice and stuff. They seem just as tough, if not worse. It seemed like it was last year when we was here.
Yeah. Seems to be a lot less grass now than it was last year.
Doesn't help when you see an airbed spraying all morning yesterday.
Right. So tell me about this area. What are you targeting right here in this area?
Stumps on a little high spot.
Okay.
Idle bite practice. There's a bunch of bait on it. Started catching fish on other places. Catch fish like that. So somewhere we hadn't fished before, but we just thought we'd try it. Apparently there's shells here too.
That's usually a good sign. Just need the fish to cooperate now.
Got a shell, had to grab a crankbait, I might have caught one.
Bait scattered stumps, so with that live sonar, he can actually see the stumps and see the bait. Yeah, he mentioned the shell also, and we hadn't really talked much about that, but there's a lot of shell beds out here. Those shell beds typically are best first thing in the morning, but they can be areas where these fish can pull in and feed really well.
Make a short move if y'all want to stay with it.
All right. Team's making a move here. Okay.
Guess you found us once, you'll find us again.
But we caught up with boat 119, Scott Keeling, Colby Clark, and Scott is a Tennessee River hammer, Lake Gunnersville, knows how to fish this offshore stuff, and he's out here on the river ledge, on the edge of the Decatur Flats, and for roaming around, they've got a limit. So, what kind of size do you guys have?
We got 5 that weigh about 9 pounds, maybe 8.
5 for 9 pounds. Does that mean 15 then?
No. I think 15 may do pretty well today.
Scott says he thinks 15 pounds may do pretty good today. Caught them all dragging so far out here on the ledge, or did y'all catch them?
We caught our limit this morning on a crankbait, every one of them.
Okay, so they caught a limit on a crankbait early this morning, and now they're out here on the ledge. Look.
Rock up the river.
Okay.
We had a late boat number, and I knew all this stuff would be covered up now.
Said they had a late boat number, so they went up the river, caught a quick limit on a crankbait, and now they're back down here on the flats, dragging Carolina rigs out here on the ledge. So he knew all this stuff would get covered up with being boat 119, and we have seen a crowd. Now we are back not far from Ingalls here on the flats, and it's less crowded on this end than it is down towards the power lines, it seems today. They're really grouped up down there, but we were cruising around looking for a few different boats here. The Tomlins are in this area. What our map's showing, but we haven't been able to find them. And there's several boats off in the distance scattered around the flat, so we're just going to keep hopscotching around. But first boat that we've talked to that's actually got a limit, so seems to be tough. And you wonder, you know, did that mayfly hatch? What did it do to them? But as we know, somebody's got them. And this group of anglers, some of the best fishermen in the country right here in the Alabama Bass Trail. See Scott just watching his electronics. He's just working down that ledge. They've already got the big hats out. And that sun is, I mentioned earlier in one of our hits that nice little breeze, wasn't that bad. Well, the breeze is dying down and that old sun is starting to show its head. It will be a hot, hot day between now and that 2:30 weigh-in. Colby missed one there. As it gets later in the morning, we are starting to see a lot of moving and shaking going on, though. A lot of boats running around. Scott, are y'all just fishing the actual ledge, or you throwing up in some grass or mussels right there?
Yeah.
Couldn't tell how far you were actually casting up on it.
There's some shell in between those
Okay.
We're trying to do a little bit of both. I cranked it before you got here, that grass.
Yeah.
We swam a worm through it and didn't get bit, so we're trying to fish that shell now.
Okay.
In between. It's a pretty good fishing though. It probably got started on this morning.
Yeah.
And we just don't want to leave it until we check every opportunity.
I understand. Said he probably started on this morning. It's where he kind of wanted to be. And got shell and grass here. Just rotating through some different baits, trying to make them fire up. I said when we pulled up, y'all have already got the big hats out at 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
when you get, that's not a good sign. It's going to be a hot day when you got them out this early.
It got warm fast.
It did. The first time they came to us, we had a little breeze, and I said, it's actually nice out here. It's not too hot. And now that went away pretty quick.
It hasn't really been hot all week.
No, not too bad this
Not
week.
like it's going to be today.
Yeah, it's going to get there today.
Y'all staying pretty close up and down the
Yeah, we're just covering the flats where they got us running around. From here to 31 Bridge, really.
They killed this grass off this past year, and it doesn't fish like it did last year.
Yeah, there's not near as much grass, seems like. It's real spotty.
It is. Sometimes they can be good to get a tight spot.
Yeah. Saying they killed some of the grass this past year, and so there's a lot of bare spots where in the last couple of years there's been grass on a lot of this. The grass really did. It just started exploding up here a couple of years ago, like what we saw in the late 90s, early 2000s. Fix to make a run? All right. Y'all be safe. Good luck. Now it's been slow. Pretty slow.
Slow all week. Y'all might get suntan anyway.
Sunburn today.
Yeah.
Good luck to y'all. Be safe. They're going to make a move. And we're going to roam around these flats and see who else we can find. Scott and Colby get ready to make a move. We're going to move back to Miss K. There at Ingalls Harbor.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here at Wheeler Lake, Ingalls Harbor, one of the premier tournament destinations in all of the country. You know, this boat ramp is just phenomenal. It's one of the first projects I had the, I guess, privilege of working on. You can actually back 10 boats in at this boat ramp. I think we have 257 truck and trailer parking spots. And then you've got tons of area. I think it's about 7 acres of green space, boat ramp, parking lot, and it is just an amazing destination. Now you've got a hotel that's located here, and there's a big time city harbor, like in Gunnersville, development that is scheduled to take place here. Indicator. I'm going to get just another sip of Black Rifle coffee. I apologize, guys. I got strangled there for just a minute. I do want to remind everyone who's watching on YouTube and on Facebook, the weigh-in does start at 2:30 today. So it will be here at Ingalls Harbor. If you're coming out, guys, I apologize. It will be at 2:30 today here at Ingalls Harbor. Please make sure you bring your lawn chairs and an umbrella. It's going to be quite warm today. We're going to go ahead and take a commercial break. We'll be right back here on Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee.
Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Busch Light, Bahio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Ted Cherry, let's go!
Garmin LiveScope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin LiveScope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge. To the right.
Welcome back to Wheeler Lake at Ingalls Harbor. As you look on the harbor this morning, as we blasted off 225 boats, As I mentioned earlier, this is one of the premier fishing destinations. It's a great lake here on the Tennessee River, but Ingalls Harbor offers everything a tournament organization could want. You can back 10 boats in at a time at the boat ramp. You have over 250 parking spots, as well as tons of green space to set up your weigh-in area, as well as any other festivities that you might need for your sponsors and others. But that is one of the biggest projects that I've ever worked on personally, and I've enjoyed being here. This is my home lake. As you see, current temperature 74 degrees, water temperature encroaching around 85 degrees there. So it's warming up, and hopefully the fishing is too. We've only seen one team with the limit. That was Scott Keeling and Colby Clark. They're boat number 119. 5 fish for about 9 pounds. But I do know that Jason has caught up with the team, boat number 125, Michael and Joe Woolley, who have tons of experience on the Tennessee River, stretching from Gunnersville all the way through Pickwick to the Mississippi area over there. We're going to get out to them really quick, but appreciate the great drone footage from Ben this morning, capturing all the great highlights of Ingalls Harbor and Wheeler Lake. So love seeing those pictures. Again, one of the most fun and one of the largest projects that I've ever been a part of here at Decatur, Alabama. So, Jason, we're going to get right out on the lake with you and see. I think you reported earlier they have 4 fish in the boat, but talk to us about those 4 fish. I think one of them's going to be one we're going to want to see come across the scales today. Jason?
Yes, ma'am. We have caught up with the 4th place AOY leaders here, just 8 points out of the lead. Do have a limit. Got 1 good fish and 4 small ones, you said, Michael. What kind of weight you think you got?
8 pounds, maybe.
8 pounds. What's that big one?
Probably got 4 pounders.
4. Doing something a little different than other teams we've seen this morning. You guys are back here in the creek and big mayfly hatch overnight. You said that they were garden frying here last weekend. Break it down a little bit for us.
Yeah, we just been catching around this bank grass and pads in here. There was a lot of fish in here just feeding on some type of fry. I don't know what kind it was, but it seems like it's kind of died off though from what it was. We're not getting near the bites in here today.
Yeah. Conditions have changed a little bit. You know, it was kind of cloudy earlier this week. It's going to be hot sun shining today. We did talk this morning that they may pull a little current today, which has been unusual. You know, we caught up with y'all earlier this week and, you know, kind of wrote the feature story with you guys. And, you know, the lake's been really stable over the last month, and Lockmaster's kind of been a little stingy with giving the current, but, you know, it's changing a little bit. Big mayfly hatch. Talk about how that affects the fishing today on the mayfly side.
I mean, it's definitely going to help some guys out somewhere. I mean, there's fish like to gorge yourself on the mayfly, so I don't know if we'll try any of that today. We're going to give this. We're going to go frog some pads here in a minute. And
tell them we're pulling current and we're going to the ledge.
We're going to get this couple of wires and we're going to go back down there and duke it out on the flats there.
Yeah.
But, trying to do something different and get away from everybody. See if we can make it work.
Sometimes you just have to jump in the ring with them.
Yeah, it's kind of.
We caught some nice keepers in here last week. Lost a couple of real big ones.
I've never been a fan of bumping boats or something.
No, it's not fun. Rub rail to rub rail.
Our best spot on the flats that we're going to fish already had 3 boats, and we come by sitting on this morning. So
yeah,
my decision.
Well, sitting in that top 9, kind of a big deal. Definitely want to make that team championship. Talk about that for just a minute. You know, fishing the Bassmaster Classic would kind of be a big deal.
Oh, it did.
I mean, you fished the Cup before, so you kind of got some experience doing it. But
yeah, it'd be awesome to have the opportunity to do that. It's something that side of the. I've always been on the FLW side for years, so that'd be something different on that side.
Yeah.
That's
some of those guys you used to compete against.
Yeah, that's everybody's. I have to say, every fisherman's dream would be to make the Bassmaster Classic if you could. So.
Joe, we talked earlier this week about you know, how much you taught Michael through the years growing up, and how now he's always at the front of the boat and teaching a little different. You know, he's learned a lot over the years. It's y'all's first year fishing with us as a team on the ABT, but you guys have a lot of history fishing together.
Oh yeah, we've been doing this for 25 years. Yeah, it's he's at the front of the boat because I'm too old to run it anymore, and I don't like to run the trolling motor anymore. So I just let him do it.
Just let him guide today.
I let him guide all he wants. The only problem I got to worry about is don't fall down when I'm getting in the net.
Yeah.
And I do a lot of that. But we fish good together, we know. Like he's throwing something, I'm throwing something different behind him. A little bit different, same thing, but different.
Yeah, a team approach is a total different way of fishing.
Yeah. We'll never do the same thing. Unless you're on it. We have a good time together. We've been doing it so long, we don't argue much anymore.
No.
We know what we need to do.
You know what each other's thinking sometimes, yeah.
Plus, it takes me because I clean the boat.
Well, guys, we're going to slide back and let you fish a little bit and watch. Yes, sir. All right, Kenneth, I think you've caught up with another team. Catch us up. What's going on here in the lake?
Yeah, David, Jason, we moved to the Mallard Creek area, and we found Lee Pitts is boat 120. They have a limit, 8 or 9 pounds. It says it's got a 3-pound smallmouth. Said got on a little topwater bite early this morning and had quite a few that missed. Some of them he thought were pretty good, and we talked about that, and you know how that topwater bite can be so exciting, but it can be heartbreaking at the same time. But it's good to have a limit early in the day. And actually, as we were coming in here, pulling in here, they caught one as we were pulling in here. We just didn't have a chance to have the camera up on them. But, and he did say that's the only 5 fish they've caught today. Hey Lee, can you tell me a little bit about why you're fishing this area? What's here?
Yeah, you know, right here in the bend that it comes in, a lot of this are some of the spawning pockets. And they pull out, there's a hard spot right out there. It's got a little bit of chunk rock on it. And they just seem to kind of come out here and heal up a little bit. And there's a lot of bait fish that's been drifting in and out through here. So
okay.
It's kind of a timing deal. When they decide to eat, they'll turn on.
Like right now? Oh. No. Cool. I had you distracted on that one.
Well, I thought I'd done it. But that's where they stay.
Yep.
Maybe that woke them up a little bit.
And sometimes it's these isolated little hard spots or a stump or something that's kind of, you know, out by itself that can be kind of a magnet for these fish to congregate to. He did say that, you know, bait fish kind of move in and out, so that just makes it that much better. that's a couple of teams now that I've heard talk about bedding fish. It seems like maybe there's a pretty large group of fish that late spawners on this lake. And, part of that, I think, is the fact that they do lower this lake in the wintertime, and it doesn't come up to full pool and stay full pool until the 1st of May. And I think that creates a situation where the spawn kind of drags out longer. A lot of these fish will spawn when they have the opportunity, when the temperature gets right in late March throughout the month of April. But I think a lot of these fish wait till May, and that water comes up. It kind of spreads out the spawn cycle quite a bit. Fluctuating water during the spawn really makes the fish leery of going through that process. They don't want to lay the eggs and be in a situation where the water drops and it ruins it. I think they have a sense and understand of what it's going to take to make it work.
Caught up with the 9th place team, the Bubble Boys, in this Angler of the Year race, the Tomlins. And right when we pulled up, they caught a good fish and cold. And they're out here on the flats. And really the crowd, there's still a lot of boats around, but they're not as clustered up as they were early, it seems. Boat number 44 here. So they got their pick of a lot of spots, when you're that early in this crowd. And like we talked about Wesley Sams, Jordan Wiggins, they were 210 earlier. And so they were just kind of having to go through the leftovers a little bit. Scott Keeling mentioned that earlier when we stopped with him too, and he was just 112 or 115, whatever they were, and he said he didn't even try to come to the flats. So, fishing grass, right on the edge of a ditch here. Like I said, saw him make a pretty good call right when we pulled up, so we're going to hang with him for a little bit. 44 points off the lead for Angler of the Year as well. But that top 9, very important, because you get a chance to go fish for a chance of that Bassmaster Classic. It's one of the cool things that ABT provides these anglers. The opportunity is you fish your tail off all year and you get in that top 9, you earn it. You get a chance to go to that Bassmaster Team Championship. Of course, you do that after you fish that ABT Championship in October on Weiss Lake. Entry fee free, top 75, and the point standings are going to go there. And then the individual event winners are going to go to Weiss. 2-day championship in late October. Tomlins, you got one dragging around a little bit and one winding what looks to be a chatterbait out here over this deeper grass. I'm sitting a pretty good ways behind him here, and I'm in 7 feet of water. A lot of grass around I'm seeing on my Garmin. just right on the edge of a ditch. For me, though, it's great to see, as we mentioned earlier, the flats come back to life like they have with this vegetation in the last few years. I'm lucky enough to call this lake home for a lot of tournaments in my life. Grew up fishing here in a club with my dad a lot, especially on the lower end. And we went through a few years there that you wouldn't see all the boats up here buzzing around. And so I can remember being in the 90s and early 2000s. This is always where it went down, and it always looked like this on a Saturday up at Decatur. So it's certainly good to see and know that the fish population seems to be increasing. We've had some good spawns, it seems like. Wheeler is coming back. You know, we talk about getting those early limits. So it's just getting closer to 8:30 here, and they estimate they've got 11 pounds, and most fishermen lie, I feel like, so they probably got a little more than that in the box. Everybody likes to be a little conservative on game day, and that's a good start. Our weigh-in doesn't start for a few more hours, so a lot of fishing time left. Ooh, swing and a miss right there. 2:30 in Ingalls Harbor. We'll see it all go down and crown an Angler of the Year champ, crown a Wheeler Lake Stop 5 champ, sort it all out to see who's going to that championship. But if you're the Tomlins and you've got a nice start in the boat, it definitely makes the rest of the day. You know you just need a couple good bites to be right where you need to be, not only for a chance to win the tournament, but a chance to win Angler of the Year. All right, I believe Jason's caught up with the team down the lake. Jason, who have you caught up with?
Well, Luke, we have caught up with James DeMoss and Nathan Brewer. Got a limit. Got a sub today through Nathan, so Nathan's fished with us before. Guys, you got a limit. Came here to start and been here all day. Tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Figured we could catch a limit here. We could come in to catch a limit. Probably move on a little bit. They ain't hardly decided if we want it. I got one creek, the rest of them bid to.
Yeah, it's boat 46.
Doing the old slow.
Jason, Nathan's a winner on the ABT as well in the past.
Nathan is
He's
a
won
winner
a lot
on
of
the
money
ABT.
on this lake.
So dragging the old ball and chain today.
I am. Yep. That's no big shaky deal. I had one about 5 here Thursday evening.
We ain't seen him yet.
He's still here, though.
Huh?
He's still here, I'm sure.
He's still here, I guarantee it. They ain't much friend on. They turned a little bit on while ago. I know it's jumping out. Urban on or something out there.
Yes.
Caught pretty good sausage a while ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't get big. That's how we been there. Big enough to eat. There was our other friend pulled up fish a little bit right there, and they caught a big sausage.
Yeah, when we came in, y'all caught one we stopped coming in. I think y'all caught one when we were coming in.
Yeah, we did. I caught
Yeah.
that was a
The small one, yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering why it was raised as much game, but it was
Yeah, pulling hard.
we didn't need it. Like you said, they got to where they want to go. They was way down. I think they said that boat was over.
Yeah, that's the thing here. Yeah. You find them and then you get a low boat draw. Yeah. That, yeah. Usually we bring every bit of luck.
Yeah.
We did bring y'all luck earlier. You caught a fish and we drove by. So, I mean, see?
Jason,
we just show
don't
up in
lie
the
to
area,
those
the fish
people.
start biting. You know, Luke's yelling at me in my ear. Luke, you know we catch some good fish.
I told him he's bad luck.
Luke Duncan. Yeah. Hey, you're going to get it started up. Nathan's going to be going at you, Luke.
Oh, you talk to anybody, you talk to that guy.
I know where he. Tell him I know where he lives, Jason.
He said he knows where you live. So.
He's my neighbor.
It goes both ways.
Yeah, he said it goes both ways. Right?
It does indeed. It does indeed. That's a hometown boy right there.
Yeah.
Jason, I can't say anything.
Nathan, what kind of weight y'all think you got? What kind of weight you think you got?
We may have
13?
That's about
Jason, I can't say anything. The Tomlins thought we were good luck for about 2 seconds when we first pulled up. They're cold, and now they're running from me. So I don't know what that says about me.
You ran them off.
Yeah, I ran them off.
Oh, I think it's Luke bringing us bad luck. Yeah, he's talking smack over there. Yeah.
I believe we've got Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker, who are third angler of the year right here as well. Thomas just went around right here in the same area. We're going to try to, I know Jason got with them this morning. We're going to try to get an update. If we can.
you get out of that? Man, you may be in trouble when you get home if you just got in the boat and left. Looking for you? Where'd you go? Well, how many years is it?
How you guys doing?
45 years.
How many y'all got?
Awesome, man. Congratulations.
How many? None.
16 and 17 when you got married.
Y'all are third.
Wow. That's pretty awesome.
It's been a while. I tease people. I tell them I picked her up on the side of the road.
Just drove by.
Well, I really, truly, first time was on the side of the road.
Oh, wow.
I was driving no truck. Stopped and got my chains up. She come by and grinned and waved.
Love at first sight at that point.
Find out who that was. That actually worked out good because I didn't. When they called me early in the week, my partner had to have surgery. I told her, I asked her, I said, what do you got planned for Saturday? I got to work a little while.
Oh.
We might just do something Saturday night or even Sunday. And I was like,
good job. You did that right. 45 years has taught you something.
I wasn't going to say, well, I'm going fishing. Then
yeah,
you to give me down the road.
You did right.
Yeah. Don't hang up. Don't what do you think? Not saying that. We got a couple of bites there in a hurry there a little while ago, and then they done petered out.
So this is boat number 46. Changed him out from Nathan Brewer. Nathan subbing in today for Eric Ford, Clemens surgery.
Log fishing. Rock fishing. Yeah. When you go out talking, you know I ain't married. Maybe a lot of things, but bachelor's not one of them. Look out. Thank you. Darren, we're fixing to go first.
It looks like they're going to make a move. We're going to slide over here to the other team.
We hate to leave good company. We're going to make a run.
Good luck, guys. Thank y'all for your time.
All right, we're still with the Tomlins here, but Willis and Kiker, who are third in Angler of the Year, just passed us, and they have 0 fish. 3 points off the AOY lead. They're hightailing it up the edge of the ditch here, going the other way. But actually, I can see them. They're hooked up in the distance here behind us right now. Just netted one. That'll be keeper number 1 for them. Get skunk out of the boat. I was joking with them. I said, you guys are your third in AOY. They said we were. But we're sitting on 0 until that fish. So, and they're after they passed the Tomlins, they're actually kind of where the Tomlins were when we first pulled in and we saw the Tomlins coals. So the Tomlins have had their trolling motor, on high, just covering as much of this grass as they can. They actually outran us. Now hooked up again. Kiker and Willis. Both 31. I know they're hoping to turn the morning around. It's been really slow for them so far. They've actually got a win here on Wheeler and ABT as well. And obviously having a fantastic year if you're sitting third, heading into stop number 5 here on Wheeler. You can see over their shoulder there are boats dotted up all through the flats here. You've got some scattered out actually on the main river ledge, fishing the actual river ledge. Some are fishing grass and hard spots up on top of the bar. And then you've got a lot of teams on this, up on the flat, fishing the edge of these ditches, these grass flats, stumps, and hard spots up here. They were cooking pretty good on the trolling motor when they came by us, but now you can see they've actually turned around, got a couple bites right there in a row, and so looks like they're gonna soak right there for just a few minutes. Now the Tomlins who are over behind us, they are not letting anything soak. They're flying down the flats with their trolling motor wide open. Now they're both winding chatterbait, so plenty to see out here on the flats this morning, that's for sure. And boats everywhere you turn. They both appear to be throwing something like a chatterbait as well. Seeing a lot of that, especially when the grass isn't topped out too bad where you can actually still work it through. Now, I've seen some areas this morning though that the grass is right at the surface. It'd be hard to get a chatterbait through. That's when you see guys swimming a worm. See a lot of that going on out here. Typical summertime, swimming a worm, and then when the grass has just got a little bit more depth on it, you see a lot of chatterbaits. Then I'd say the other big Carolina rigs we've seen the most of this morning. Hooked up. Jason, have you caught up with another team?
Luke, I'm just going to say you're good luck right now because as soon as you bring us in, we got a fish.
I like it.
They got 2 fish in the box and looks like this is going to make number 3.
Jason, are you seeing a lot of boats down there on that lower end?
There are a good number of boats down on this end. You see guys kind of moving around, trying different things. This is boat 190, Bobby Schreiber and Jared Geist, I guess.
Giske. Jared Giske.
There we go. Good job.
That's a local boy as well. You're covering all my hometown down there.
I know, Luke.
Today.
These are the locals. All the locals are down here today, so yeah. Yeah. And Luke, everybody wants to talk to you. Nobody wants to talk to me, so we need you to come on down here, Luke, and hang out with the party. The flotilla.
They just know I've got good snacks on the boat. That's the only reason, Jason.
They all got good snacks, yeah. They're all catching them down here lately, so that's a good sign. We were just sitting outside the, I think it's Spring Creek, right? Spring Creek Bridge. Do see a couple teams out on the ledges out there, but we have been back in the creek. We've been just sitting inside the mouth of the creek right here at the bridge. There's a little hump right here. These guys have been dragging Carolina rigs on. We did have some other teams kind of fishing this area as well when we came in. Guys are really just trying to get their limit at this point. Some of them are, because it's kind of getting a little later in the day. Jaron said that, you know, with that late boat number 90, they had a couple spots they wanted to stop on, but went to stop on them, and they were kind of all taken up with other boats. So they kind of had to make the decision to kind of come down here.
Okay.
Kenzie coming into the shot with us here. Tell us a little bit about what you're seeing on your section of the lake.
Well, Jason, I actually have ended up like not far from you. I can see you from where I am now, but when I was in Mallard Creek, I saw the team of Mitch Mitchell, Cannon McCollum, and out, I followed them, and next thing I knew they were making a long run, so I just decided to stay on. This is a team that consistently does well in these tournaments, high in points, so I wanted to get an idea of how the day has gone. I know they were fishing shallow when I saw them before. They're out here on a deep spot now. They got a limit for about 9 pounds. It's at all largemouth. So they're moving around trying to figure out what it's going to take to upgrade. You know, a lot of these teams, you know, you're going to get your limit early, and then you kind of have to make decisions of what it's going to take to increase your limit as the day goes on. And the teams that make those decisions throughout the day are the ones that are going to move up the leaderboard. And certainly, once we get to, thought we looked up here. But you know, it's going to take the teams that make the right adjustments here in this midday. Once the sun's now gotten up, this time period from now to weigh in, it'll be the team that makes the right decision, the team that really moves into up the leaderboard. Yeah, this lake is very capable of producing really good weight. It wouldn't surprise me 22, 23 pounds to win. But I don't think it's going to be as many fish that we saw, you know, last year. A lot of guys were reporting catching 30, 40, 50 fish a day. I don't think we're seeing that right now, but the quality is still there. I don't think these guys are going to have to catch 30 fish in order to get what they need to do well. I think guys that do well may only get 8, 9, 10 bites all day long. Both these guys up on the front of the boat and looking at their live scope, looking for any clues. They're looking, you know, for the bait fish, looking for individual fish. See if there's any cover along the drop here. Last time we were on this team, we were at Pickwick, and they were whacking them pretty good there. A little bit slower for them today. It's about 142. This is one of the teams that Kay mentioned earlier today. You know, it's going to do well. I think she said that they've had 30-pound bags on this lake before. I'm not sure we'll see 30 pounds today, but these guys would like to at least get to that 20-pound mark or better. This is one of those areas that you can be kind of feast or famine. Got something hooked up now. Not what they're looking for. It looks like Mitch is throwing like probably like a Demiki rig, a jig head with a minnow style bait, and Candler's tossing around a swim bait, just working it real slow. Mitch is hooked up. It's like another wrong species. covered this team a lot over the years, and I always see them fishing both off the front of the boat. It's like they both have specific areas they're targeting. They want to make casts in the same area. They're not just randomly going about what they're doing. And they're also good about doing different techniques. Like I mentioned before, Mitch was throwing like a jig head with the minnow-style bait, and Candler's throwing that swim bait. Talk about teamwork all the time, and I think you start looking at how these guys operate in the boat, and you start to see why they have so much success. Jason, we're still here on Nick Mitchell, Candler McCullum, but I understand that you've found another team. Tell us where you are and who you're with.
Yes, sir. We caught up with boat number 57, Ben Lakey and Jordan McGahee. Guys, 7 pounds, not a bad start. That would be a great upgrade. Y'all made the run down late to get away from everybody, or did y'all start up there this morning? Okay. Can't catch fish up there. Well, it's nice to be able to fish your own water a little bit too, you know, get away from everybody. Yeah. I'm the kind of guy that likes to get away from everybody too, though. Y'all been running, you said you were in spring, but you've been running some of this kind of stuff since then?
Yeah, we run a point, man.
Yeah. I don't see the mayflies as down here as much as... I know, man. We had to get up and go, blow them all out. Oh, it, you know, right in that same range, really. We've just been kind of bouncing around a little bit. Looks like these guys are going to make a move. It's boat number 57, Ben and Jordan. Got a small limit. So we're going to take a little break, grab a little back coffee. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Lew's, by Garmin, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin LiveScope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin LiveScope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail studio here on the banks of Wheeler Lake at beautiful Ingalls Harbor, as you see there. This is a very busy waterway. As you can see, the barge is tied up, and they've been tied up all week long. I've been out here. This is my hometown, so I get to come out and visit Ingalls quite often. I love to have my lunch sitting here in my truck and looking out over Ingalls Harbor, and the barges have pretty much been stacked up all week long, but that is one of the reasons that this lake is so important to this community. Over 50 Fortune 500 companies line the banks of Wheeler Lake, and they employ a lot of our residents as well as residents from the surrounding area. So you're getting a nice look at how many barges are currently tied up here at Wheeler Lake, just outside of Ingalls Harbor. I do want to point out we are desperately looking for Chad Hall and Ryan Hall. I know there is a special young man who is watching our live this morning. He watches every live that Chad and Ryan are fishing, and his name is Norman Wade, and we really appreciate his support of the Alabama Bass Trail, and more importantly of Mr. Chad Hall. Chad married Norman's daughter-in-law, Tanya. His son passed away, and Chad stepped in, and Tanya and him been married for quite some time, and Chad is a stepdad to Norman's grandchildren, as well as a husband to Tanya, and he watches every live for Alabama Bass Trail. So, Mr. Wade, we are desperately trying to find Chad and Ryan out there today. I know he wants to wish you a good day, and I want to thank you for tuning in and for being such a great supporter of the Alabama Bass Trail and watching our lives, and hopefully maybe you can make it out to a tournament one day soon. So I do appreciate everyone back home watching the Alabama Bass Trail. I see that some of our South anglers are watching, and the reason they are is because there are some ladies and men, as well as other teams in this tournament, that could affect the outcome in the South Division. One of those teams is Mike Hearn Sugar Walker. They know Donna and William Lynn are out there fighting for a chance to go to the championship. They are sitting just outside that top 5. And, of course, Sugar knows that if they make it in, that would bump them down a spot. There's a couple of other teams that are sitting on the outside of that top 5 in the couples that could affect the outcome there. Another team that could affect the outcome, Mark McKeag, Tim Hurst. They're currently sitting in 10th in the Alabama Bass Trail North. If they bump into the top 9, then we bump down another spot in the ABT South. Kobe Card and Chris Rutland will not be moving on to the Bassmaster Team Championship if they've elected not to go. Currently, Mark and Tim are in that spot. If they make it in the North, we bump down 1, and Josh Chappell and Paul Davis make it. So there is a lot hanging on today's tournament, not just these results, but how they affect the South Division. We have about 5 teams that fish both. Adam Bain, Chris Colley, again, they're one of those teams that could affect the outcome and bump people up in the South Division. A lot riding on that, and we'll have a full roster before July the 7th. But it is going to take just a minute to kind of whittle through all this and figure out how it's all going to shake out. So just letting you know there are more things hanging on the results here today than just what's going to happen in the North. It is going to affect the South. I do also want to report whether it's heating up. It's heating up inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio as well, because when we're on live, we can't run that air conditioner. It's roughly about 85, 86 degrees outside. Water temperature hovering around the same, around 84, 85. And I know the anglers were hoping to catch their fish early in the morning when the water was a little cooler. Now that we've got bright, sunshiny skies, it's going to heat up really quickly. High today is 92 degrees. There's going to be some scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, but I think we'll be through the weigh-in before that happens. We have had post-front conditions, pre-front conditions all week long. We've had scattered thunderstorms throughout the week here in Decatur and in Florence. So from the Wilson Dam to the Guntersville Dam, which encompasses Wheeler Lake, we have had scattered thunderstorms throughout the week, cooling the water off a little bit. Yesterday, the high was 79 degrees. We're going to see 92 degrees today. So as we always say, temperatures are rising, and hopefully the fishing will too. We're going to try to catch up with some of those teams that are leading in the points. I did just get a text message to let me know the guys that are in that top 15, we're trying to keep up with them, and some of them are in areas we don't have cell phone service. Some of them are in areas we have cell phone service, but we're trying to keep up with them to see what they have. Willis and Kiker, boat number 31, just reported they have 5 fish in the box. I don't have a weight on those 5 fish, but you got to know having a limit in the boat kind of relaxes them a little bit. Now they'll be able to go out and kind of focus in on what they want to do. John Kellett and Zeke Gossett, who are currently leading the Angler of the Year points, they want to win on their first year on the Alabama Bass Trail. They had a 1-point lead coming into today. They're reporting they have 4 fish in the box, but more importantly, they have a 5-pound smallmouth. So they've got 3 others to go with it. They're saying probably 10 to 11 pounds on their limit. Again, right now, Nathan Brewer, James DeMoss, 5 fish for 13 pounds. That's kind of our unofficial leader. Mitch Mitchell, Candler McCollum, they've got a 5-fish limit for somewhere between 9 and 10 pounds. I'm a lot like Luke. I think these guys are being ultra conservative. I know Luke is on his way to meet up with Ben Webb and Justin Bussey. They are sitting inside the top 9. We'd like to get a report for them as well. And then we've covered quite a few of the teams in that top. I know Tracy Robinson, Dustin Robinson is not far from where Luke is, so hopefully we'll get a recap from them as well. And we're going to continue. We're reaching out to Roman and Shannon Calvert to try to get an update for them. They're actually one of the teams in an area that I don't think we would have cell phone service, so we're going to try to get an update from them as soon as possible. Hopefully we'll have that before we go off the air. They are currently sitting in 2nd place in Angler of the Year points. We're going to try to catch back up with Alan Johnson and Tim Hurst. Like I said, they're sitting in 10th place. They're trying to move inside that top 9 in the Alabama Bass Trail North Division as well. Maybe we'll get back up with Wesley Sams, Jordan Wiggins. When we caught up with them at 7:15, they did not have any fish in the boat. I do want to remind you, if you're coming out to the weigh-in, I know the 5th stop's always a very popular weigh-in to come to because, the points race is so tight, it's anyone's game. Please bring your lawn chairs. There's no bleacher seating here. Bring your umbrellas, bring your tents. It's going to be a hot one today. Wear your sunscreen. It is going to be rather scorching out here this afternoon, so please make sure that you do that. If you choose to stay home, you can watch it on alabamabasstrail.org. Click on live, click on the weigh-in. Should start at 2:30. You can always watch it on Facebook at Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series or Alabama Bass Trail 100, or on YouTube at Alabama Bass Trail TV. So I see that Luke is caught up, and I believe that is Justin Bussey and Ben Webb that he's caught up with. We saw them at the Pickwick tournament doing something a little bit different. They were taking their time, fishing real slow, where a lot of guys were really heavy on the trolling motor, burning water. So we're going to get out on the water here in just a minute to Luke. Again, I do want to thank all of our fans for tuning in throughout the year. This does wrap up our regular season, and I can't think of a better way to do that than here on the Tennessee River in Decatur at Wheeler Lake. Luke, I think I know the team that you're with, but tell us who you're with, and have you got a chance to talk to them yet?
So, yeah, Kay, we're with Justin Bussey and Ben Webb, 6th in the Angler of the Year race, 24 points back, and right when we pulled up, they caught a nice smallmouth, got a limit, that cold one for them right there, and I think they got around 11 pounds, but you mentioned doing something different at Pickwick. Well, they are doing something different again from what we've seen the crowd do today, and you know, I don't know if boat draw played into that. They're 197 today, so later in the pack getting the blast off, but they're fishing some of this industrial structure that Decatur's known for. Of course, you get a lot of intakes and some discharges around some of these factories. You mentioned there's so many Fortune 500 companies call Decatur home, and they've got manufacturing facilities, but they are just really picking everything apart, fishing slow with a jig, but actually fishing the riverbank and some of this industrial cover, which we have not covered anybody doing today, and it's working for them. They said we were good luck too. I always like to document when someone says I'm good luck, because it's rare that happens in life. But right when we pulled up, they caught a nice smallie. So, and I've been looking at our tracker. They've been up here on this riverbank for quite some time. We made a run up the river to them from the flats, and we're above the 31 bridge at Decatur, where the river starts to neck down a little bit, and you do have some of this more industrial current break type stuff that you get into. And I'm wondering though, also, and it's really loud where we're at, so they're having a hard time hearing us when we go back and forth. But if this could be a pattern that got better with the mayflies actually on this riverbank. So hope that we can get close enough to talk about that as they move around this cover here. We might lose a shot of them here in just a second as they move around these moorings, but try to get out of their way. They should slide right around here where we're at. Guys, you gonna come up through here? Don't know, you're just winging it. I asked if they were going to come up through here, and they said they don't know, they're just winging it. I like it. Just junk fishing, targets in front of them. Of course, if you've ever fished up here, I mean, what's that? So I think they're... try to keep up with them here. I think they're just kind of flying by the seat of their pants. Like I said, it's kind of hard to hear them with the factory noise in the background. We're going to do our best to get a good update from them, but they screamed that they had about 11 pounds when we pulled up. Certainly have it to themselves. We didn't see many other tournament boats fishing the main riverbank at all as we made our way up here. Get a little tighter on them here so we can keep up with them. They eased up in that corner around that plant there. Now they're easing back down the riverbank. Some guys out here doing a little catfishing behind them. Guys, mind if we chase them right here? Thank you. I'm having direct traffic a little bit here. Guys, we're live with y'all right now. I promise to be quiet since we're this close. That's rare for me. So did the mayfly hatch help this bite, you think? Okay. And then go back to the flats? Okay. So they found these fish yesterday, and they actually planned on starting on flats, and it was a little slow, so they came here to get a limit. That worked out for them, and so we'll keep fishing here for a little bit, and then before weigh-in, make their way back to the flats. All your bites come on a jig, pretty much, down through here?
In the past few trips we've been here, we hadn't caught anything to this time.
Really?
Ahead of where we planned to be.
So this is a bonus then, okay. Said pre-practice they had not been catching any fish until really right now in this time frame and later. So anything before now is a bonus for them. So they got a limit, they gold a couple times, and it sounds like a pretty good plan. 24 points out. Just trying to solidify themselves in that top 9 to go to that Bassmaster Team Championship and get a couple good bites today and win that Angler of the Year potentially. All right, I believe Kenneth's caught up with the team. Going to join us. Kenneth, who we got?
We made our way back upriver and come across a team of Delton Gregory, Dexton Gregory. It's boat 127. Guys, how's it going so far today?
It's been slow. We got 2, but it's been slow.
Okay, what kind of size?
I got 3 pounds.
Okay.
It's been probably a short one up there, but it's been real slow.
Tell me a little bit about this area that you're fishing now.
It's a bunch of shell beds.
Okay.
All these high spots through here, shell beds. We're getting all of them.
Just looking for a limit right this second.
I mentioned earlier today about there not being as much grass in this lake as what we saw last year and really even the year before. I mean, I think it's got some of these boats a little more spread out than what we've seen in the past. And these guys are fishing in an area, like you said, shell beds. So it's not grass related. It's still somewhat ledge or hump related, but there's no grass here. We're far enough down. We're kind of away from the flats. This area doesn't really have any grass, but it's still places the fish use. The bait moves in and out of here. There'll be scattered stumps in some of these areas, but he said he's specifically targeting the shell beds, and it's just scattered shell beds along this high spot here. boat's moving. Kind of that time of day that I think guys start trying to make adjustments or doing things to try to change their day up, or they're looking for those kicker to help increase what they have. That's Browns Ferry nuclear plant there in the background.
Was it a mix of smallmouth and largemouth? Really? Really? Saying they found these fish later yesterday in the sun, feeding on willow flies and feeding on the brim that were feeding on the mayflies, willow flies, mainly largemouth.
You mentioned willow flies. As I was growing up, that's actually what we called them. I didn't learn until later that everybody else.
Yeah, willow flies. Yeah, that's all I've ever known them as. And then when I started traveling fishing tournaments up north, Kenneth, they called them mayflies, and I'd never heard that in my entire life till I went up there.
It never made sense to me to call them mayflies because here we see them in June.
Right, that's right. Or always between late June and 4th of July, always, you know, seems to be the case around here.
We normally do. You know, all we can do is bring the luck. It's up to the anglers to take advantage of
it. Yeah, that's right. We're the good luck charms. They have to seize the moment to make it happen.
I kind of felt like he was blaming me for him not catching fish. I'm not so sure about it.
we've all had those days, Kenneth, where you just need somebody to blame for why they're not biting. It can't be the bait you're using or the angler, right? It's got to be something else. Conditions are wrong, or somebody messed you up.
Hey, fishermen, the best thing they're good at is making excuses.
Yes, indeed.
I'm right there.
We are all good at that. Yeah, I was going to say, I have a list that I go through. I got prepared when I get back to the weigh-in.
Jason, I see you've joined the party now. Where are you at and who are you with now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have caught up with Chad Hall and Ryan Hall. The fan club back at home has requested an update, and they have 3 fish in the box, kind of small. Said that they were working the flats earlier and decided to come down lake and try something different. Said they're just a little crowded up there, trying to fish in different water. They're flipping docks on us earlier, and now we're kind of running the bank here, just fishing a little bit of lay down timber, flipping a jig. I know we've kind of struggled for some cell service down here, so we're going to try to stay with them as long as we can. It is boat number 83, Chad Hall and Ryan Hall. Three fish in the box. Doing something a little different. Said they didn't feel like they were still up shallow. They wanted to give it a shot, though. Fish on. Little one. All right, it's time for another little Black Rifle coffee refill. So let's take a little commercial break here. You guys grab a Black Rifle coffee, come back. We will reset on a couple new anglers here and get right back to the fishing action. This is the Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee and Phoenix Boats. See you right back after this break.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Lew's, by Garmin, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Oh, looks like boneless wings are back at Jack's. And people love them so much, there's bound to be a napkin shortage. Juicy, boneless chicken wings in 3 bold, mouth-watering flavors. Try the tangy honey barbecue, that craveable sweet and spicy, or the zesty classic buffalo. What is a shirt anyway, if not one giant napkin?
You'll go back to Jack, Jack, Jack.
Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here on the banks of Wheeler Lake at beautiful Ingalls Harbor. For the 5th stop at the Alabama Bass Trail North Division Tournament. A lot riding on this, not just the $10,000 payout, not just Angler of the Year points, but also this will affect the ABT South Division. So as you're looking there, you see a team parked right outside one of the bridge tie-ups that usually a very popular area during tournaments is around those bridge pylons. They provide some shade in the hot summertime. And usually you'll see bait fish kind of locate around that. So you see a team that's trying to take advantage of that right now. Wheeler Lake, 67,000 acres, the second largest lake on the Tennessee River chain inside the state of Alabama, second to only Guntersville, which most people know as the crowning jewel of Alabama and bass fishing, but Wheeler Lake certainly staking its claim to that part of the title. Do want to just remind everybody we'll be live with you till 10:30. We'll be doing our Busch Light breakdown here in just a little bit to kind of give you an idea of what the guys have seen. I show we've covered about 23 teams. I do have an update from Damian Willis, Tyler Kiker. They have 5 fish in the boat. I don't have a weight on that. I do have an update from Slick Johnson, Alan Johnson, and Tim Hurst reporting they have 1780 in the boat. we're trying to get back to them as well. I know Luke was pulling up on our current reigning Anglers of the Year, Wesley Sams, Jordan Wiggins. We're going to try to get with them. And then our second place team, Kenneth, is pulling up on Roman Calvert and Shannon Calvert. So hopefully we're going to be able to get them on live as well. So I think we're going to get out on the water and have Luke and Kenneth both live for you so that you can check out all the action. Kenneth, if you don't mind, have you been able to talk to Shannon and Roman at all to see what they have in the boat?
Here we are, boat 15. It's Roman and Shannon Calvert. These guys are currently second in AOI points. I've been chasing these guys all morning. I've had like 3 different opportunities to get on them, and every time I get close, they end up moving. So finally got them where they weren't moving. How's it going so far today, guys?
It's going all right. We've got 4 for 7.5 or 8 pounds probably.
Okay. You said you went downriver early. Was that a mayfly hatch you were chasing?
It was not. It was just got on a shell bar and found some fish earlier this week on that shell bar.
Okay. Just taking advantage of that first morning bite.
Yeah.
Largemouth spots or both?
Got one smallmouth. Had another one that didn't keep, and then we got 3 largemouth.
Okay. What do you think it's going to take advantage of this afternoon bite? Upgrade what you have.
We're going to grind it out here. We're probably going to go back down the river a little bit. I don't know. They're pulling current all day. What it looks like is flowing good. They spent a night this afternoon. We got an early boat number, so maybe we can take advantage of it before it's
Okay. So is it a timing deal? You get in these spots at the right time when the fish pull up there in their feed, and that's when you catch them?
Yeah, you kind of pick your poison whether you want to, sit in one spot and wait them out, or try to, move around and land on them.
Okay.
We've got 2 or 3 places, and we're just going to rotate for the day.
Okay. Sounds good, man. I appreciate it. We're going to back off a little bit, give you a little more space, and watch it for a minute.
Okay.
Luke, I think you're on another team
we've
now.
caught up with.
Give us an update of what's going on there.
Yes, sir. Got Wesley Sams and Jordan Wiggins. We caught up with them early this morning. They didn't have a fish yet. Now they're sitting on 3. And just talk about how crowded it is. They said they can't get on anything they want to get on really. And you can see the wind is. I know we're supposed to have more current today, but the wind's blowing right up the gut. And I know Kenneth, you're seeing that. It's almost negating the current. There's a little bit of current, but not enough that the wind. Like I said, we're kind of spot locked nose into it, just like these guys are. And no surprise, we've got some shaky heads here being thrown by these boys.
Luke, I actually have proof that the wind is outdoing the current, because if I'm running downriver, I'm actually running slower than when I run back upriver.
Crazy. And like I do, you fish this place, you know this place like the back of your hand, and that's rare for us in the summertime, especially when it starts getting hot, right? Normally we get those air conditioners cranking and you start to see some water flowing through this place. But this year has been so unusual for the whole chain, and that goes for Guntersville, Pickwick, Wheeler. It's just a really, really low year flow-wise.
Yeah, it does make it unusual, and I think what it's doing is it keeps these fish scattered. They get conditioned to feed at those times. Of course, also the other thing that happens once we get to the hot weather, these fish actually feed a lot at night, which doesn't help any of the anglers that are fishing during the day. So that the lack of current and fish feeding at night may be kind of why we're seeing the bites be so much slower during the day now.
No doubt about it. And it's been interesting to me. We've only found really one team that's capitalized on that mayfly bite at all. When we were with Bussy a little earlier, and they found those fish yesterday afternoon. So it's one of those things, you know, what's gonna prevail today when we get back to the weigh-in? Will it be somebody that got on the right little deep stretch, grass stretch up here, or somebody that took advantage of a mayfly hatch? Lots of things at play, that's for sure.
You know, I mentioned it earlier when we saw the Robinsons right back in shallow water, kind of doing what they do on the Coosa River a lot. But, you know, when you put 200 teams, 225 teams on a body of water like this, and a lot of them spend time practicing, a lot of them find the same schools of fish, it can be the team that's doing something different, maybe the oddball thing. Like I said earlier, it may not be that you're catching a lot of fish, but you're able to get in areas that don't have as much pressure, and you catch 5, 6, 8 fish throughout the day, but they're the 5 right kind of fish in order to win this tournament.
Yeah, and Kenneth, you know, I think sometimes the pressure actually will move the fish too. You know what I mean? And maybe you got a little off-the-wall deal that in practice you only got a couple of bites on, but once they're 8 or 10 boats get piled up, they might slide over. The fish might slide over 50, 100 yards or something, you know, and you can land right on them and get well in a hurry.
A lot of teams in this field that have no quit in them, though. These guys will grind until the very last second.
Well, with what we have on the line today, doesn't get your attention and make you grind to the last second, I don't know what will. There's a lot of money, a lot of titles, a lot of opportunity on the line today. And
That
this
is
team
for sure.
right
You
here
don't want to
knows
miss an
all
opportunity.
about that opportunity. No, not at all.
Yeah, that team you're following is taking advantage of those opportunities a lot.
That's right. All the way to the Bassmaster Classic. Certainly a lot of dragging going on today.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not seeing a lot of guys, you know, fishing fast through areas looking for an aggressive bite. It's like everybody feels like the bite's really slow. I'm seeing a lot of guys looking at their screen, looking at their live scope. It's like they can see the fish there. They know they're there. They're just having a hard time getting them to commit to bite.
Yeah, definitely seeing a lot of that. But so many Carolina rigs, so many shaky heads, big worms, just big Texas rig worms, which is typical summertime stuff. But with grass at play, sometimes I feel like that, you know, bladed jig bite is going to be strong. And we've seen a couple fish get caught on that today, but primarily it's been a lot of dragging.
So the Calverts are kind of fishing a back channel. You see the red buoy there in front of their boat. This is a channel that the barge traffic takes advantage of. We've seen them get hung up a couple times, so there's random pieces of wood, that get scattered along this ledge here. And, that's kind of what happens in a river system. Those, as the logs get caught in the river, they kind of get jammed into these ledges as it comes up, and it can change. There can be some, 1 year, not the next, but the key is really trying to find the ones that are holding fish. But they've been sitting here for a while. He has a lot of confidence that this is an area that the fish are using. He just said it's more of a timing deal. Looks like they may be about to move. He said he had 3 or 4 places he's trying to rotate throughout the day. He said his option was to either camp out somewhere and wait on them, or keep rotating and hope that he lands on them at the right time.
As the day goes on, there's a lot more running around going on.
That clock in your head starts ticking real fast.
That's a fact. We need a traffic cop on some of these places, though. I volunteer Jason. Some kind of river monster just tried to jump in my boat. I'm not real sure what it was. Looked like a dolphin. It got Wiggins and Sam's attention right here, but was that a dolphin? I don't know what that was. That joker right there had some sides on him. Did y'all catch your fish here, or y'all caught them before you got to here? Going out boat 210, was it hard finding somewhere that you wanted to start? Really? Said they actually got to start right where they wanted to start, at boat 210, believe it or not. And then they were disappointed that they didn't get bit there. That's rare when you get that lake boat drawing a field this big, that you get to call your shot. All right, guys, we are winding down our live coverage here on Wheeler Lake. Stop number 5 for the Alabama Bass Trail North Division. We've got a lot to sort out today between now and that weigh-in at Ingalls Harbor. We're going to check in with our sponsors to make it all possible. We'll see you guys back out for some more coverage on Wheeler Lake.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is sponsored by AmFirst Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers, for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Welcome back to Decatur, Alabama, Wheeler Lake. Stop number 5, while we were on commercial, Wiggins and Sam's got it done. Caught a nice fish. Just dragging a football jig out here. A little ledge, submerged point. And they're spot locked out here. And got a good catch and a fist bump. Fish and the fist bump from the reigning anglers of the year. ABT North, no strangers to success, and I think 2 of the most consistent fishermen, if not just in the state of Alabama, maybe the entire country. They, they are going to have a limit when they come in. You can almost guarantee it. Very consistent. No matter what body of water they're on, they figure it out. Of course, Jordan with a big Toyota Series win earlier this year on Smith Lake. Got to I believe Jason's going to join us. Jason, who have you caught up with?
Well, we have caught up with Tim and Slick out here in the middle of the windy Wheeler Lake. So current's rolling and the wind's blowing, so should turn on the bike.
Yeah, the wind has definitely picked up, Jason, in the last little bit, blowing against what little current we have.
Yeah, I will definitely take the wind because it was starting to get hot. So
yes, it was. I'm starting to feel it on the back of my neck. Yes, we will gladly take it.
Looks like they're spot locked out here in the middle, and from what I can tell, they do keep looking down at the graph and, you know, looking at the Garmin, running, just trying to see what they're casting for. And it looks like they're dragging pretty slow. Slick's got his rod down, Tim's got his rod up, so they're probably doing a different pattern or different technique, I should say. Trying not to mess with them too much. These guys are fishing for a lot at stake here. We're getting that head down there really close to the grass, try to make sure. Looks like me, he's got old eyes, so you got to get down there and see what's really going on.
Low and slow is the name of the game today from the teams we've seen have success. Just dragging something, whether that be a jig, a Carolina rig, a shaky head. If you're just joining us, this is the final stop from the 5 tournament North Division here in the ABT, presented by Phoenix Boats. A lot on the line. $10,000 going to go to the team that wins this event today, an automatic berth into our championship, Weiss Lake, in October. Of course, several contingencies on the line. If you were to win in a Phoenix boat, that's a lot of extra cash coming your way. Got a Garmin bonus on the line as well. Top 75 in our overall point standing is going to go to that Weiss Lake Championship. And the top 9 in the points go to the Bassmaster Team Championship with a shot at the Bassmaster Classic. The ABT always represents in that event. And this team right here took the crown. And Mr. Wiggins got to go to the Bassmaster Classic. It's an awesome opportunity. So a lot on the line today. Weigh-in will kick off at 2:30. You can hear me butchering all the names of the ABT anglers. Not as bad as Robbie. Robbie butchers them really bad. At every event, I watch from home and I just cringe. So I try to do better than Robbie does on the names. I look forward to seeing what Wheeler Lake kicks out this afternoon. That Bassmaster Team Championship on the Harris chain again this year, where Jordan won. So you know they want to stay in that top 9 today. Came in 5th place. Every fish matters. Sitting with 4 in the box.
You see the white Phoenix boat here. It's a
Kenneth,
team
who have you
of
called
Damien
up with?
Willis, Tyler Kiker. This is a team we started on this morning, and trying to get back to them and get an update of what they've done since then. And we saw them this morning; they'd only caught 1 small fish. You know, Kenneth, we caught up with those guys and they had 0. And then when they passed us, we watched them catch 2. So it'll be interesting to hear how it's gone since we left. Cross over here. Hey guys, we started our morning with you. Saw you for a little while. Kind of wanted to get an update. How's it going so far? How much you think they weigh? Okay. So they got 5, but he said they're not the right 5. So this is pretty close to the area they started. So they have obviously have a lot of confidence in this area. There's some pretty good grass here. The grass is in 5 to 7 feet scattered. So just kind of covering an area. These fish can move around in this grass, and it can be a timing deal. But obviously they need to upgrade. They need some size. They need some kickers. Seeing Tyler looking down at the screen. He's probably looking at live scope, but he's also probably got some waypoints marked out here. A lot of these teams, when they're practicing, especially when you get in these flat areas where these fish can kind of be in random places, lots of times they will mark on their maps GPS spots as they catch fish during practice. Kind of makes it easier during the tournament to kind of roam around and go through the areas where those waypoints are sitting, hoping that you kind of going across the areas these fish are using to feed on. Just on the chatterbait, Tyler's kind of swimming across, just a plastic crawl. about to go to another commercial break, but hang with us. We will have the Bush Light breakdown when we come back. Give you a complete update of what we've seen all morning long.
Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Bush Light, Bahio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin LiveScope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin LiveScope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge. To the right.
All right, here we are, Alabama Bass Trail North Division, the 5th stop here on beautiful Wheeler Lake. This is the Bush Light Breakdown, where we take a few minutes and just kind of break down each little area of the lake, what we've seen this morning from all of our camera boats. So this morning we took off out of Ingalls Harbor, and our boat took a left, and we ran just down to what we would call right at the end of the Decatur Flats. And as we look back towards takeoff, after all the boats got taken off this morning, there were probably 30 to 50 boats all over the flats today. So that's just a very popular area, holding a lot of fish this time of year, lots of grass, and some of the currents kind of coming back today. So we've seen a lot of fish catches this morning. We didn't see a lot this early. We jumped on a boat right away, and they caught a fish right before even all the boats had taken out. So, and we had a major mayfly hatch overnight, and that's been kind of a little bit of a struggle for some guys today. So we've talked on live this morning about how that may have pulled some of those fish out of that Decatur Flats area where they're out a little deep, kind of sitting on the edges, and may have pulled some of them up on the bank. I know we caught up with Ryan Anaya and Fisher Anaya, who had located a school out deep and had caught some 5-pounders out of that school in practice, and said there were about 50 fish in that school, and they really couldn't get those fish fired up today, and they made a run up to the bank, and we did see them on live kind of swinging a miss on a fish, so they kind of bounced around a little more. So we caught up with the 7th place AOY team, the 4th place AOY team. Teams are starting to build their limits up, and they're really kind of getting a small limit. We got right behind us right here, we've got Tim Hurst, and he has 17 pounds currently, and we're out here sitting right out in the middle of Wheeler Lake right now. So they haven't really upgraded since they fished on the flats this morning. Him and Slick, are just really kind of taking some time right now, just dragging, just really trying to get a bonus fish at this point to make that upgrade, trying to get to that 20 pounds. So that's probably one of the larger limits we've seen today. And as we kind of bounce around through our Bush Light breakdown here, we're going to catch up with the other teams. And Kenneth, tell us a little bit about what you've seen on your areas of the lake.
Okay, Jason, you know, we started this morning, we were all kind of on the flats. I had a team that I started on, Damien Willis, Tyler Kiker. They started out on the flats. They had an early boat draw. I figured that's probably what they would do. They knew they would probably be able to get exactly where they wanted to go, and they were. They were the only boat kind of in that area. They had one small fish at that time that wasn't even a keeper, let it go, and then they kind of struggled for a while. We've just left them again for an update, and they've got 5 fish, but he says it's about 8 pounds, so it's not what he's looking for. So as kind of the day has progressed, that's what I'm seeing. It looks like these teams are able to kind of develop 5 fish in their live well, but the key is getting a good kicker fish or a good solid fish. Something over 3 pounds, certainly 5 pounds or better, will make a big difference today. I did move to some really shallow water this morning and found the Robinson teams, and that's what they were doing. He said it looks like the Coosa River. That's what he's familiar with. He was fishing shallow grass. He had a 5-pounder or a 3-pounder. He said he lost a couple of opportunities, could have had some better ones. At that time, he was looking for one more good fish. If he could get one more good fish, he felt comfortable that he could move out, you know, as the day progressed and finish out his limit and be okay. Certainly having a 5-pounder is a bonus for sure. So if he can finish out his limit, catch a couple of really good quality fish, he'll be in really good shape. So that's going to be the key. I think the diversity of Wheeler Lake is going to really show out here. And when we get to the weigh-ins and we really see the teams come across the weigh-in and we see the fish being caught and we get the stories of where they were, how they caught them, maybe even smallmouth. This lake has a pretty decent population of smallmouth. A day like today, smallmouth could make a difference. I know we were on a team earlier this morning, Lee Pitts and Steve Engel, and he had some schooling fish on topwater, had one smallmouth in his bag, and said he lost a couple of really good ones. So there's a potential of some teams really getting in the right spot with those smallmouth and having smallmouth be a key in this tournament. It's going to be really interesting. You know, Wheeler Lake's a great lake. Obviously, it's been fishing well. It seems to be a little on the tough side today, but these are some of the toughest anglers in all of the state of Alabama and even outside of Alabama. They've come here today. They're going to attack it. They're going to show us exactly what Wheeler Lake is capable of, and we'll find that out once we get to weigh-ins. So stick around for weigh-ins this afternoon. It should be really exciting. Until then, I know Luke has been on several other teams this morning, a little bit different area of the lake. So let's go to him and let him kind of give us a take on what he has seen throughout the day.
Slow has been the name of the game for the most part for everybody we've covered, and we've been fortunate enough to cover several of the teams that are in our top 9 right now, occupying that top 9 in the Angler of the Year standings. And just right over my calendar right now, I've got Wesley Sams and Jordan Wiggins, and we just watched, as we started the Bush Light Breakdown, we watched them finish their limits. So we went from, they were boat 210 this morning, we watched them, they got to start where they wanted to, and it did not work out like they thought. They had 0 fish when we saw them pretty early this morning, right when we first caught up with them on this little spot here. It's a little offshore underwater point. They're just dragging slow with shaky heads and football jigs, looks like, which is kind of their bread and butter. Most of the time we've seen them finish out their limit, and you can see it with these guys who I would consider 2 of the most veteran guys in the state of Alabama and really in all of bass fishing. They're very consistent. What that limit fish meant to them on a tough day, because I would say overall it is very tough, especially for size. You know, hearing that Slick and Tim Hurst have 17 pounds, that's a really good bag of fish for what we've seen so far. Now, that being said, it's 10:30. Our weigh-in doesn't kick off till 2:30. There's going to be a lot of upgrading, I believe, that goes on. The flats are clearing out a little bit in areas that were really knotted up this morning. You know, will teams start to, once they get a limit and they get comfortable, will they go to that grass and try to grind it out to get that 5-pound plus bite that's going to help them climb those standings? But one thing's for sure, this afternoon at Ingalls Harbor, there's going to be a lot of things decided, from the top 75 in points to who's going to win Angler of the Year, who's going to that championship, and who's going to that Bassmaster Team Championship, and who's winning 10 grand here on Wheeler Lake. Miss Kay, these ABT weigh-ins are always exciting, but the final one of the year, it's like the last day of school, man. Everybody's excited. I can't wait to get back to Ingalls and see it go down.
I can guarantee these guys that are out on the lake are much more excited about seeing the weights at the end of the day than they were to see that report card at the end of the school year when they hit summer break. you see me shuffling papers when I'm on live, and I put together a lot of different reports to help us kind of determine what we're looking at when we go into the weigh-in. So what we're looking for now is who's going to take Angler of the Year, and I just want to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at. Currently, right now, Mark McKeag, Tim Hurst. I know Alan's fishing with Tim today because Mark's fishing a different event. They have 1780 is what they're reporting they have in the boat. John and Zeke just text me they have about 10.5 to 11. So looking at Mark and Tim's points, I'm going to scan through here and just let you know they are 47 points outside of the lead. There are 3 points outside of the top 9. So 1780. John and them have around 11 pounds now. They need another kicker fish to get them up in those points so that they can stay inside that top 9. There's a big discrepancy there, so you know that they're going to keep their head down. Zeke Gossett, John Kellett, one of the hottest teams in all of Alabama right now. They're going to do their best to fight to stay inside that top 9, but they really want that Angler of the Year points. Damian Willis, Tyler Kiker, guys, at 8:30, they didn't have any fish. 8:34, they had 2 fish. At 9:03, they filled their limit out. Now they are going swinging. They need to stay inside that top 9. And they're doing exactly what they were doing when they won at Smith. They're out in the middle of the lake. They're facing the wind, and they're throwing into it. That's a team that you need to keep your eye on. They have 2 wins on the Alabama Bass Trail. They're going after that 3rd one. They were 3rd coming into the points here at Wheeler, only 3 points out of the lead. So their goal is to stay inside the top 9, but you got to know they want that Angler of the Year. There's so many storylines here. Like I said, if Tim Hurst, Mark McKeag move into the top 9, that drops somebody down in the south. Josh Chappell, Paul Davis have an opportunity to move up if Tim Hurst and Mark McKeag move up. So a lot on the line here. I know Sugar Walker's been on the phone or on the text with me today. She's watching Donna, Lynn, and William to see if they move inside that top 75 and if they can make it inside the top 5 in the couples, because that bumps them down 1. So there's a lot on the line here, not just the $10,000. Angler of the Year, top 9, top 75, 5 teams fishing both divisions. It'll all shake down here today. We'll post a roster of the championship prior to July the 7th because it will take us some time to put all this together. But you're going to get to see it unfold right here today on AlabamaBassTrail.org and on the Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series Facebook page and on Alabama Bass Trail TV on YouTube at 2:30 today. Scales will open at 1:30. We will possibly have some teams weigh in early if they have fish that are in struggle, but I have a feeling the guys are going to fish as long as they can today. There's a lot on the line. Thank you for tuning in. For all the fans, Mr. Wade, thank you for tuning in today. We'll see you back here at 2:30 today at Ingalls Harbor, 5th North Division.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Lew's, by Garmin, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.